I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing. So cold, behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I go by at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon.
I wake up every minute with the fever dreams. I push my mind to a limit where it needs to be. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Stroke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want and I see, matter of fact. Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind you know I'll always manifest it.
Hello and happy Halloween. Welcome to my Mind of Your Matter. My name is Rick. Let's see how I look. I look crazy. I am the invisible king today. Since they don't want to celebrate no kings, well, I'm a fucking visible king. And I hope you guys are having a happy Halloween because I'm surely am. Oh boy, what a day. I was supposed to start at 6, but I got so busy. I was super, super busy and I had to go to a dinner and I was like, oh Lord. And it was great. I had a great time. It was fun. And now I'm invisible. I'm an invisible king. They were protesting no kings and I'm like, what the fuck you talking about no kings? Shit. Fuck you and your no kings. All right. Let's get on with the show here. Oh boy. Got a lot to go over, so let's see what we can do. Let's bring in our skeleton buddy back here. He's a great friend of ours. You see him over here? He's always exercising. This motherfucker's been doing jappy jacks for the past 24 hours. I don't know what the fuck he's trying to prove. I don't know. Maybe I'll kill his ass. I don't know. We'll find out later in the show. We do, and I am going to do some psychic readings tonight. Hopefully more people come. It'll make it more interesting. But, the night is young, and I got a lot of time on my hands. So, let's see what we're going to do here. Let's see what we're going to do. Give me 1 second. It's going to be an interesting, cool show. I'm telling you right now. No one in YouTube is like me. There's only one, My Mind Over Your Matter. And tonight, he's invisible king, My Mind Over Your Matter. Yeah, be a fucking visible. I'm about to light this bitch up. That's what I'm about to do. Invisible King bought some medicine today. I got some pre-rolls here. I actually got one I'm going to roll up. But I didn't have enough time because I was rushing. I couldn't start the show at the time I wanted to. I was like hesitated yesterday. I was like, yeah, I'll start at 6. Bullshit. Motherfucker. The Rick is a fucking liar. I'm telling you, I'm the invisible king. I'm not fucking Rick. It's only for Halloween. How the fuck I'm gonna open this? Sorry about the French, because Invisible King is pissed. I'm telling you right now. All these people protesting no kings really pissed me off and woke me up. I'm like, you know what? Fuck you and your no kings. I am a fucking king. I'm a fucking live. And I'm alive. I'm a king. And we're all kings. Kings and queens. We all live here together. It's getting the medicine open. Let's see if we can open up our treasure chests. Let's see which way does it go. Okay. Oh, one fell out. That's what I'm gonna smoke. Yes, to the marijuana. Oh, this is like my staff. Look at that. How Rick will say it. It smells so good. Oh, goodness gracious. Let's see who's here with me tonight. Albie! What's up, Albie? Albie's he's a regular. He's original. The one and only Albie in the chat. Still got more candles to turn on. This has been a very lit night. It's gonna be lit for sure when I turn this on. It's gonna be fun tonight. We're gonna have good times, and I want people to come. I want people to share their questions and ask me what you want answered. Because tonight is a very special night. It's freaking Halloween. Who in the world is Invisible King smoking a joint on YouTube? Nobody. There's only one. It's me, motherfuckers. and you're watching me. And thank you very much for watching. And for those who are rewatching, thank you very much. You gotta fucking hit the like, fucking subscribe, share it with everybody. I don't care who you share it with, share it. And you know what? Maybe more people will come and more people could experience this. I think it'll be fun. You guys don't see the smoke, but there's smoke. For some reason, the smoke is invisible too. It's incredible. Oh, you're gonna be in for a treat tonight. I tell you right now, you guys don't even notice it. You can't even see it. That's how beautiful it is. But we have a second angle of tonight's show, and it's gonna be when we do our pendulum reading and when we do our tarot card reading for tonight. I don't know if I'm gonna dabble with the Ouija board. I don't want to go that far. It's just not out of fear, but I don't like playing that shit by myself. So that's a no. But maybe, we don't know. Let's say no for tonight, because I'd rather do that with someone and have actually two other people with me. So I can have one taking the letters down and writing them down to see what the fuck the board tells us. But that's gonna have to be for another show. It's not this one. Oh, goodness gracious. Give it some time. Let it marinate. More people should come. I don't get sent out. The algorithms don't fucking like me. I tell you right now, Visible King doesn't like this shit. This is bullshit. I gotta turn on more candles. We need more light. It's free heat too, so it's not really free. I gotta fucking pay for these candles, but you get the point. It's not fucking free. But the light and the warmth that comes from it's nice and free. But we gotta turn on the candles. And I got a lot. We're gonna probably play a little contest. I don't even know how many candles I have lit. I'm gonna have to fucking do a count. Gotta stay lit. We gotta stay lit. But how your day's going? Please be interactive in the chat. Please use your fingers, use your thumbs, communicate in the chat. The king orders you to fucking communicate in the chat or you're going to the guillotine. And that's why he's here dancing. Because he don't want to go in the guillotine. Maybe I'll give you a sneak peek at what I have in store for all of us. Should be fun. Should be nice. But I tell you one thing. We need motherfucking more people here. So, let me see if I put out a call. Let's put out the word. Let's try to get more people to show up. It's going to be hard. It's not easy. But we need more people. And you know why? Maybe I'll give you a little sneak peek on why. Let's go right here. Let's give you a little sneak peek. That's why. That's your sneak peek for tonight's show. You got the tarot cards right here. We got the Ouija board right in front. Got the beautiful wand over the Ouija. The pendulum, you don't see it, but it's right here. Pendulum's right here. And we're going to get this readings done tonight. Probably get in touch with Charlie. We need to get in touch with Charlie. Not out of disrespect, but we need some answers. And we'll get some answers from Charlie. I think Charlie deserves us to get some answers from him. I can't communicate with the dead. You know, it's not something that I don't know how to do. It's very easy. They just come to me, and I just relay messages. So that was a little sneak peek of what's going on. So go tell your friends. Invisible King is going to be doing some readings tonight. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't feel like watching the news. I already know what the fucking news is going to tell me. Everybody's going crazy. We're hungry. We want food. Where's my government money? Listen, motherfuckers. If you're able-bodied, get your able-bodied ass to work and make some money. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of dicks out there to suck, and there's a lot of piranha pussies out there to suck too. So make your money. And trust me, this show is not for 18 and under. I'll tell you that for sure. We need to smoke more. We need more smoke. Let's see if I can put out the bolo. We need a bolo. I gotta open the windows to get that bolo out. Let's see if I can do it from... You know what? I don't need to do it from here. I can do it from my other phone. Give me a second. Trend of Truth is here. I hope there's more people that are gonna come and fucking watch. But it's okay. I'm not doing readings until I get a little bit more people open here, so you better get in contact with some of your fucking friends and bring them up over here. Let's see. Got a lot going on. How did the king, the technology is... I'm not used to the technology. This technology. What the fuck is technology these days? Yeah, it's a nightmare. It's all a nightmare. I feel like I'm just living a nightmare. But it's okay. We're gonna be fine. We'll all be fine. I love Halloween. It's one of the good holidays. Technically, is Halloween a holiday? Is it a holiday? It's not a government holiday. It's a witch's holiday. That's what the fuck I am. Alright, let's see how I work this shit. I'm telling you. This medicine right here that I'm smoking. What the... I don't even remember the one I bought. Let's see. I like how they cover the fucking name of it. GMO skunk. No wonder it tastes so fucking weird. Fucking skunks. You know what, skunks, they stink. And I hate when I drive and I get that whiff of that skunk air. And it lingers in the car. Don't you hate that shit? I hate it. I fucking hate it. It's not good. It's not good at all. Let's see what else we got going on here. Let's put out this little bolo. We need a bolo. Goodness gracious. We got a Halloween special going on. People out partying. How dare they? How dare they? But they will watch later. But they're going to miss out. I'm telling you right now. Let's see what we got here. What's this? Give me 1 sec. I'm trying to get this. What the fuck? I'm telling you, I'm not good with technology. Kings don't fucking do this. Kings are not known for technology. Back in the days, we had gestures. Let's see what we got here. There you go. There we go. Okay. Let's see. right. Okay. I think I'm getting this all right. There we go. All right. So who's here? One person. What the fuck is this? We had two, now we have one. Guess what? The one that left is going to be cursed. Whoever's that one, they better come back. If not, they're going to have a pretty bad rest of the year. So you better stay. Don't make me mad. Because I'll put a spell on you. And now you're mine. Oh, goodness gracious. What? Okay, we put follow. Let's see what else we got here. Let's go ahead and put this over here because we got to keep this device charged. Because we're going to jump right into the readings. And I know Albie's here, so I guess Albie will be the one. He's always the number one. He's always here on the show, which is great. I appreciate it. I'd rather have one than none. I have another one I gotta roll up. I just gotta roll it up. You know what? I should do that right now. Since I only got one, Albie, right? Is that Albie that's there? Because if that's not Albie, I would hate to curse him for the rest of the year. Hey, you wanted to know if Invisible King has saliva. He does. He has saliva. I tell you right now, I really don't want people to go hungry. But we don't want people to go to jail either. Because then that defeats the point. The point is, you want your stamps. You want your benefits. Am I right or am I wrong? Why would you want to go to jail and risk the future stamps and future benefits if you're going to go and be a menace? It's not a good thing. It's not good. The king don't like that shit. Let me see. I'm trying to find my little stick here. Where the fuck is it? Okay. Playing games with me already. I have my little stick here. I ain't talking. Oh, here it is. Freaking Invisible King can't find shit because he can't see much. It's pretty hard to see through this shit. So who's the one that's here? Who are you? Type in the chat. Who are you? Who are you? And I got another medicine rolled up. It's a new one. This one's called Fleetwood Pie. I was like, Fleetwood Pie? Is it Fleetwood Mac? Because it is a fucking good group. I mean, I like how they sing Fleetwood Mac. No, they say it's Fleetwood Pie. It's like pie as in panini pie. Like no, apple pie. No, Poo-Tang pie. No, it's fucking. Smells good. Fleetwood Mac. Okay. Let's see. Let's go ahead and put this over here. All right. First one, step up. You want your reading? Let me know in the chat now or forever hold your peace. Because I'm not going to be here all fucking night waiting for people to do readings. But if you want your reading, let me know now. Let me know what type of reading you like. Maybe we could add you onto the show. You never know. All depends how the king feels. But don't piss off the king, because I send you to the guillotines. I'll chop your head off. Okay, nobody's talking, so guess the cat cut all your tongues and your fingers. You're gonna have me here for 4 hours smoking. It's all good. I have plenty of weed. I re-up today and I'm feeling good. And I also got gummies. The gummies are delicious. Very good, the gummies. I'm telling you, those gummies are so delicious. It gives you the munchies. I'm like, wait a minute. These motherfuckers are not supposed to give me like the munchies. Well, they do. I don't like medicine that gives me the munchies. Because then I turn into Pac-Man. And I don't want to eat everything. I don't like that. It's just not good. Oh, what I'm wait here for everybody to come, which only one person's here. They don't want to share themselves with us. It's okay. It's okay. Sit your ass back there. You can watch me sit here and stay still for a whole minute. That's your fucking minute. That's your minute. Told you I was going to be still for a minute. So I was invisible for there for a second. Did I scare you? Happy Halloween. You filthy animals. I mean, this medicine is really good, though. GMO skunk. What a name. What a name. And if you're here coming in right now and you're wondering, what the fuck are you watching? It's My Mind or Your Matter. And I'm Invisible King. And I'm very pissed off this fucking No Kings bullshit. You don't see my fucking crown? I have a fucking crown on my head. Like, you see my crown? If you're wondering what type of fucking crown it is a fucking Burger King crown where the Democrats don't like to go eat. They don't like eating at Burger King. They say, we don't want no kings. We don't even want Burger King. Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking piss me off with your fucking No Kings bullshit. You know, it's not good. It's not good. Society is not in a good spot. So, let's get down to the show then. It's going to be me by myself. Well, I got some questions to get answered. And for one, let's get in touch with some entity. Which entity? I don't know. Let's go after Charlie. You want to go after Charlie Kirk? All right. Summon his energy. Ask him some questions. I would like to know, what's he set up? the TPUSA sent him up. That outside energy got involved and planned this operation and terminated Charlie. It's not good. Charlie, if you're here, help us answer some questions. All right. We're going right to it. We are going to use the pendulum for this session here. All right. Wait a minute. What? Is my pumpkin off? My pumpkin's... I turned this bitch off. You burning very low, you little bitch. Better rise. The flame is very low. I guess that's a sign. We need to bring up the heat. Right. Let's go ahead and turn this off. Actually, let's put the damn sound off. Everything wants to fucking fall. Motherfuckers. It is a good stuff. My medicine. My fucking crap fell. All right. Fleetwood Mac, you stay your ass there. What a fucking name. Fleetwood Pie. I call you Fleetwood Mac. All right. This is the pendulum. You can't see it. You can barely see it. But you'll see it in a moment when I turn on the next camera. And what I'm going to do is, with this camera you're seeing me here, you can see my hands. The next camera is going to be facing down. Now, this is the rules. And let me explain the rules. Not many people here are watching, so they're not going to know the fucking rules when they come in. Keep your questions not too crazy, okay? I don't want no X-rated questions. This is not that type of show. If you're looking for that type of show, go to OnlyFans. It's not on YouTube. Let's see. All right, here we go. Move this over here. I need more space. Always need space. Okay. Ready for the rules? We're ready for the rules. I got one more hour at work. All right, Rob. Thank you very much. I'm a visible king. I'm fucking pissed off at these no kings protesters, motherfuckers. And I got like a little mixture of a hoaxer and a fucking Charlie Kirk energy inside of me tonight. Saying no fucking kings. Then don't go eat at Burger King, motherfuckers. If you all want to fucking no kings, I don't want to see none of you in fucking Burger King. So we're going to have two angles. You got the front view, and we got the down low view. And that's this view. And you can see my hands is right here. Nice and beautiful hands. Oh, beautiful hands tonight. How about that one? Okay. This is the pendulum. It is 14 karat gold, 18 karat gold on the Virgin Mary. We got the Virgin Mary right here. Let's see if we can bring it a little closer. That is the Virgin Mary. Let's see if we can get a... maybe I could put some light on it, or maybe you'll see it better. I'm going to use another device. Got a lot of fucking devices. Let's see if we can turn up the light on this bitch. You motherfucker. Lumos! So, here is the Virgin Mary. I try to see if I could get it focus. Here we go. That is the Virgin Mary. And I also have, at the other end, we got a meteorite. See here? You got a meteorite. And have it together as a pendulum. This meteor is older than all of us put together, and probably older than the fucking Earth. This piece of rock right here. All right. If you're wondering, this Ouija board is super beautiful. I've had this Ouija board since '98. Very long time, trust me. Since 1998, I have had this board. We're in 25. I've had this board 27 years. 27 years I've had this board. And look how beautiful condition it's in. It's very beautiful. Now, I should find a way to put this here. But I know it's going to be too heavy for that. And then find another way to have light. I could put it like this here. I have a little... I don't want this shit to blind me. Let's move the cards. Let's put them over here. So the point of the pendulum is for me to hold it. And then if it circles in a clockwise motion, if it goes this way in a clockwise motion, that means yes. That means yes. If it goes in a counterclockwise, which is the opposite counter, hello, that means no. Now, if it goes side to side like this, that means maybe. Maybe. Now, if it goes this corner to this corner, from the top right to the bottom left, that's called rephrase your fucking question. Okay? So this is how it works. What would you like to ask? Albie's here. Nice, Albie. Albie, you want to ask something? Would you dare to ask? The Train of Truth is here. Train of Truth is always on time. Let's see. For instance, let's go ahead and hold it. I asked the pendulum, is my name David? And then we give us, you see how it's going, and going like in a counterclockwise. You see? That means no. It's not David. All right. This reset. You can even see my finger. Is my name Rick? And we'll see what it says. You see how it's going in a circle? Let's give it a second. All right. It's saying maybe my name's Rick. It's a small little yes. All right. It's kind of acting up. Usually when I do this, I put my other hand underneath. So you can see it better. Is mine, and it says hold it for a second. Let's reset it. Hold. Is my name Rick? And we'll see what it says. Doesn't want to enter tonight. All right. It doesn't want to enter. Maybe we don't have a spirit because we don't have people here watching. Could that be? Is it because people are not watching that you don't want to participate? Wow, the pendulum doesn't even want to move. All right, let's give it a break and we'll get back to it in a moment. I haven't done this in a while, so it's gonna take a little bit of time. We gotta conjure the energy, bring more of the spirits here to where I'm at and let it answer. Let's give it a break and I'll be back with that. That takes a lot of energy. That's not fucking easy. Fucking pendulum doesn't even want to fucking answer my fucking name. What the fuck? Oh, I know why. I'm not Rick. I'm a visible king. God darn it. You can't fool the pendulum. He's like, it's not Rick. Of course. Crazy. At least Rob will be back here tonight. And yes, we do drink water. I think it's because we don't have enough people here. And that's what it is. No audience. That's why Rick don't do any of these shows. Because there's nobody here to entertain. That's why he goes to the news. We'll give it some time. Maybe we'll watch some news. And then we'll get into some I don't know, we'll get into something. I think this is like one of my lowest turnouts in YouTube on Halloween. It's okay. I'll just get high off of my supply. I hope you guys got good stuff for tonight. I mean, not everyone smokes. There's people that drink. And if you're a drinker, don't be a driver. We don't need no fucking people running down kids on a fucking Halloween. You know? You're gonna have all these kids like pumping up their kicks, and they're gonna have to run as fast as they can and outrun my gun. It's a good song. Yeah, let's stretch. Elizabeth the King had a long day today. It's pretty quiet. Let's see. I guess Albie's the only one here. Is Albie the only one here? That's why Albie got a shirt. You know? Because he's the only one that actually, he's one of two that got a shirt from My Mind Over Your Matter. It was a surprise. He didn't even know. It was like, surprise, bitch. And he got the shirt. He's like, oh, shit. That's what's up. And I also gave to Tyson De La Cruz. See, my boy Tyson is busy. He's busy. It's Halloween. He has a life to live, like many others. I still expect people to come. And I'm not talking about the other come, you nasty fuckers, to come here. I'm just waiting. Psychic and waiting. You know what? I like the other angle. Let's go back to the other angle. This is such a cool feature right here. This is so cool. And the fact that, like, to put more light on it, I'm going back to my regular voice. I can't do the fucking Invisible King. Not for too long. Cause I'll lose my voice. But you see, I could highlight it, and this board is a glow in the dark board. So the more light you put on it, and then you pull it away, you could kind of see the green on it. If I turn off the lights, you'll probably see it. You probably see it a little bit more. I feel like pulling out a card. How you like the view, though? You like the view? I actually got the rig because you can see both. It's like, oh shit, we can see two views. Yes. And I wanted to get this bracket for a good long while, and I finally found it. I finally found it on Amazon, out of all places. And I was like, I have to have it because I can have this device up here, this camera right here, and I have my camera here. And then I can have a third one with this device. So I'm being more inventive. I'm going to try to catch a lot of the winter snow this year, especially when we get really heavy snowfall. I want to get that nice and recorded and put on my show. I think it'll be beautiful. It'll be so beautiful. I love snow. I love fall. I love the leaves are coming down like crazy. We having a windstorm out here. We're going like easily like 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. It gusts up to about 50. I want to say about 50 miles per hour, like 40, 50 mile per hour gusts. So it's like it'll be wind, and then you get that strong wind that just pushes. And it's like, damn, man, this is pretty strong. Let me see how it is. Like what it's reading outside. Yeah, I couldn't do that voice for too long. I don't know how people could talk like that. Like Hulk Hogan, how could you talk like that for so damn long like that? They're like, hey, it's easy, brother. I'm like, oh Lord, I can't do it. I'll lose my fucking voice. I'm still a visible king. All right, we're gusting up to, let's see, it's 51 outside right now, and we're gusting 20 to 30 mile per hour winds right now. 20 to 30, and it's gonna be like that today and tomorrow. It's gonna be windy Halloween. It's different. Every Halloween is different. Um, I've done a lot of different things and different Halloweens with different people. This year, I wanted to stay home, you know, because it's just too crazy out there, and you got a lot of desperate people that are out there, and I just think it's like really not safe to be in large groups, especially around this time, like this time of the year. And what I mean by this time of the year, well, not only the time of the year, but the situations that we've been going through, especially with the illegal immigration, like the illegals and the crime. Like, you don't want to put your younglings in harm's way. And like, to be in a large groups, for me, it's not safe. It's not a good thing. I don't like it. It's you're safer at home. And when I do go to certain places, if I do go, like when I went to Salem, I went with someone and I had a great time. I love Salem, but I always go early. It's Halloween, yes, but Halloween I'm there like at 10 in the morning, like 10:30 in the morning, and then I leave like by 3 o'clock. I'm leaving, and then you got the crowd that starts like 3 4 o'clock. I leave, and then the crew, like the gang of people, like they droves of people start going over to Salem, and they have this beautiful street party, but it's just a lot of people, you know. It's just way too many people, and I just couldn't do it. Not this year. I'm not physically. I'm not there. I'm not feeling good. You know, I've been having issues, so um, and it's so windy outside, and that wind pushes. I hate when it's windy. You know, I love the rain. It gives me pain and so forth, but I hate wind because the wind pushes you and pushes me around, and I'm not good with my balance. Even though I wear New Balance shoes, I'm not good with my balance, and I just don't want to end up falling because of the fucking wind pushing me over. You know, that's how unstable sometimes walking is. You know, it's you get a strong gust, it pushes you. Like I saw in the news a while back, a girl. It was during a storm. Actually, it was during I guess it was a typhoon or something, and the girl was like blown to the middle of the street, like from the sidewalk. She was blown to the middle of the street, and her purse went flying and everything. And I was like, damn, that's fucked up. You know, she must have weighed like nowhere, like probably under 100, probably about 100 pounds. She must have weighed. That wind got her and fucking threw her to the middle of the damn street. That's crazy. You know what? Since nobody's here, that's okay. Let's check something out. Let's see what's up with YouTube. See what's going on in the YouTube world. See what they're going to recommend me. They always recommend me stuff. Wow. Melody Melody King. I'm gonna watch you, Melody King, because I am the Invisible King, and I love kings, and I like Melody King. Damn, we even got the real BP Earthwatch reporting on 3i Atlas. Is a cloaked space fleet. Charlotte afire. Charlotte's afire. I guess it's like that'll be that'll be fucking crazy if this ship turns and comes to Earth because of the threats of the nuclear talks and all the stuff about nuclear and nuclear this, nuclear that. We're gonna start testing, and usually when we start testing with those devices, we get like visitors from from space. Is this a sign that maybe this whatever 3i Atlas could come our way? Huh. These two are long. They're both long. One's 25 minutes and the other one's 20 minutes. It's almost like 45 minutes. It's like 45 minutes. That's a long time. I guess we're gonna watch them because I am interested. I am invested in it, and we should watch them. So we're gonna set this up, and let me see what else they recommend me. Let's see. Man, that'd be an hour. Just checking something out. Just looking. Yeah, Jamaica is, man. They're not doing good. Jamaica is gonna have lots of people dying, man. Lots and lots and lots of people dying. We got a little sci-fi here. I'm picking out some videos for us to watch. So give me a second, and I'm gonna put a little something together for us to watch, and then yeah, this one is gusty tonight. This is one of the windiest Halloweens. Um, I remember one year Halloween it snowed here. It snowed on Halloween. It was crazy. So the kids had to wear like their jackets, and they had to wear like they wear like underclothes, and then they have their costumes over it. It's funny, but it was cold and it was snowing. It snowed. It was crazy. Let's see. Let's see who else we're gonna watch. I'm just seeing what catches my eye, and whatever catches my eye is what we're gonna watch. Okay, I'm silent because I'm just trying to review some stuff here. All right, are we gonna attack Venezuela? Yeah. Uh, Ew, Adam Schiff has a YouTube channel and they recommend it to me? You crazy. Get the fuck out of here. You know what? Let me make sure they never send me this. Do not recommend this channel. You think I'm playing? Watch. Let me show you guys. Give me 1 second. Let me get it set up here. Look at this shit. Let me click that out. Are we going to war? Look, Adam Schiff. Like, fuck you. Are we going to war? Like, I ain't listening to this piece of shit. Like, I click here and do not recommend channel. Yeah, do not recommend channel. And that's it. We won't recommend videos from this channel to you again. Fuckers. All right. That's so cool the way it looks on the side view here. Look at that. Wow, that looks so fucking cool. I'm going to put another candle right here. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. Put another candle right over here. Nice. Right there's good. What do you think? Right here? A little bit to the left. All right. Nice. All right. Let's go ahead and bring it back to me. We're gonna let me set this up. Give me a moment. I did pick out a couple of videos, and I think it's gonna be really good for us to watch. And let me get this all resized. Okay. The trains are going wild tonight. Oh, it's Halloween, of course. It's crazy. See what we got. Are you kidding me? Okay. All right. Seems like Professor Naz has proof Newsom is responsible for Palisades fire. Wow. That's crazy. All right. Let me see if there's anything more. I know we do got a Tyson De La Cruz. You see, I would have done this before, but I wasn't planning on doing any news. But since there's nobody here, I might as well do the news, you know? we got some news to cover. Yeah, we definitely do got some news to cover. The king wants to know what's going on. Talk about no kings. Get the fuck out of here with your no kings. People are crazy, man. Without kings, we wouldn't even fucking be here. You know? We ran away from fucking kings. Okay, sorry for the silence. Just want to review some things here. Okay. All right, let's go check out the news. What the fuck? Several arrested for Halloween terror plot in Michigan? What? You know we're gonna have to check that out. Quick reaction. What do you mean? Pentagon orders National Guard to ready quick reaction forces. What? We got flight delays. We got fucking people injured on a flight, a JetBlue flight. Got people injured during a flight. That's crazy. We'll check that out too. Just picking out a couple of stuff here. State police and Portland police working together to stop Halloween street takeover. There's warnings about possible street takeovers. Great. But I don't be on the street like that. Connecticut residents react to federal judge ruling on SNAP benefits. Yeah, there's a judge in Rhode Island that was appointed by Obama that reinstated that, I guess, reinstate and actually wants to use the emergency funds, which is the $6 billion that it's put to the side for emergencies, right? This, what we're going through, is not an emergency. This is stupidity. It's our government. It's our fucking Democrats that they just have their own agenda and they want to make everyone suffer and spark up civil war. That's what they want. They want civil war. And, you know, the ones that commit and do the stupidity, they're going to get in trouble and then they're going to ruin their lives, you know? And it's not a good thing, you know? It's not good. It's not good for society. But we shouldn't just open the government because the Democrats don't want to extend the discussions for another 7 weeks. They don't need to shut the government to negotiate any Obamacare and any all these programs that they want to fund this $1.5 trillion. I don't think so. You know, fucking keep it closed. You know, like fuck it. They want to play stupid. Well, stupid. You want to play stupid games, you get stupid rewards. And if they start rioting and going crazy, that's on the Democrats. That's not on the Republicans. You can't just come and start blaming Republicans because it's that's their thing. That's all they do. You know, blame Republicans or blame Canada. That's all they would. That's all they know how to do. They always blame, but they never like. I don't think a Democrat owns a mirror. I don't think they own a mirror because I don't think they see themselves. You know, they don't see themselves. They don't see what they're doing and how they're hurting people. But they real quick to blame Trump, blame Trump for everything. That's fucked up. You know. So let's go ahead and what's this one? Okay, so we're gonna go with this one first. See, I would have had this. I wasn't setting up for this tonight, but it's okay. There's always Plan B. A lot of people should be on Plan B if they're not going to be on getting no more food stamps. That those days are over. You shouldn't be just giving out food stamps because you pop your and you have all these babies, and then we all got to pay for those babies. Are you kidding me? Like, We don't need to be open your legs and every year popping out a kid. Okay. All right. Here we go. Let's watch some news.
That came in this afternoon with payments set to freeze tomorrow. Two federal judges ruling the Trump administration must continue to fund SNAP benefits to millions of Americans. Now, of course, it's a major development as roughly 360,000 people here in Connecticut rely on SNAP. However, people aren't sure if or when the money could actually reach them. Your reporter Dylan Fearon live for us outside Connecticut Food Share in Wallingford with the very latest. Dylan.
Well, Brian, about 10% of the state receives SNAP benefits every month. We spoke to a couple of people today who were in the program, and of course, they're extremely worried. The intense wind and cold isn't stopping 200 people from lining up at this mobile food pantry in West Hartford.
I'd say today is definitely busier than normal.
Alan Sirk lives nearby. The 45-minute wait in line is worth it. Alan needs the food. He's on disability and SNAP.
I think it's a very bad situation, and when you don't have a sense of security with food, you're in very bad shape.
There are 360,000 people in our state in bad shape then. Two judges have just ruled the Department of Agriculture has to pay for SNAP, calling the suspension unlawful. But folks
Judges don't run the country.
Aren't sure when their
Wait a minute.
will be reloaded.
Judges don't run the country.
Where are we going to get another plate of food? It's tough.
Connecticut Food Share is the state's massive food network, distributing food to hundreds of pantries.
Nice, Rob. 15 minutes. It's going to go quick.
Millions, hoping there's enough food for everyone. But there's been a 50% increase at their mobile food pantries in the last 2 weeks. Jason Jakubowski is Food Share's president and CEO.
Yeah, this has been probably one of the hardest weeks I can ever imagine, including during COVID.
The Trump administration suggested earlier this month it could take weeks to disperse SNAP benefits. The Justice Department could also appeal the judge's decisions.
I need to get food from somewhere. And thank God we have these food share places that we can come and visit and pick up our food.
And Connecticut Food Share just released a new statement writing, while we're obviously pleased with the judge's decision, we are still in full-on crisis mode until we know for a fact that benefits have been loaded onto people's SNAP cards. We're hoping that happens as soon as technologically possible. Now, if you don't know where your nearest food pantry is, please call 211 or go to ctfoodshare.org. I'm your reporter live in Wallingford tonight, Dylan Fearon, Channel 3.
That's bullshit. Okay. You're going to tell me you have no food in your pantry. You have no rice. You have no beans. You don't have, like, food that you could cook at home. Like, SNAP is a supplemental program. It's not to fund your whole escapade. You know, your eating habits. It's not for that. It's a supplemental to get you from point A to point B. Not to start and to finish your whole month and we have to pay for all that. That's not what it was for. It's to help you cross the finish line. You know, it's just to help you cross the finish line. But these people don't know how to budget, you know, because they do get money. And like it's just ridiculous. It's just I'm doing the hands. I'm doing the Gavin Newsom. He's not a king. Of course he's not. He's a fucking doofus. That's what he is. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm just saying. These people act like they're desperate. Oh my God! I can't get food. That's bullshit lies. That's bullshit lies. Because I can open up my pantry and I have cans of food. I got beans. I got tuna. I got all different types of stuff that I can survive if I need to. You know? And I'm on SNAP. I'm disabled. Shit. The money they give me is not much, but it's something that gets me through the month. and I budget my disability with my SNAP. And that's how I get through. But I don't use my SNAP like my oh my god. That is for towards the end of the month, not for the beginning. The people, they go in the beginning, they like, oh my god, they buy everything and they load up $3,000 worth of groceries. Like, no. Like, I use my money in the beginning of the month. And I do my groceries. I take out $100 and I go to Aldi's. And with $100 in Aldi's, you get a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? And then when I get my supplements, when I have my money, I go the second or third week and I do my groceries that'll last me another 2 weeks. Sometimes it lasts me longer. But they need to know how to budget. They don't know how to budget. Those people are waiting in line. Those are the failures. Those are the ones that we need to push. If you can stand in line to get food, you can work at a grocery store. Shit, I can't stand up like that and wait in line like that for food. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck that. I'll jump off a fucking bridge. I'd rather do that than fucking wait on a fucking line. You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. I got a bad spine. There's no way in hell you're gonna make me wait hours in a fucking line to get a couple of cans of food, and I'm supposed to be like, yay. No, budget yourself. These people need to learn how to budget, man. It just pisses me off, It's just, they need to this is what they need to do. Don't reopen the fucking government. Don't fund this SNAP shit. Let's start a new process, a new step program where we all need to reapply for benefits. If you're disabled, you have documentations from doctors, and you're on disability, you definitely get your SNAP. If you are with child and you have many rugrats, as sad as to be, you get food stamps. Now, if you're fucking illegal and you be getting food stamps and cash and housing, guess what, motherfucker? Time's up. You ain't getting shit. And now you're forced to leave the country because you're not going to have a home to live in. I highly suggest packing your bags, selling your shit, and go back to where you came from. And that's coming from the Visible King, motherfuckers. Oh, I get a rush out of that. Fuckers. All right, let's see what we got here. See what's next to watch. If you're flying, I gotta tell you something. It's not a good time to fly. It's really bad time to fly. If you're flying somewhere, it better be an emergency, and you better pack a whole bunch of fucking patience because you're gonna need it at the airport. Because you gotta remember, these TSA agents, these tower control agents, they are not getting paid, and they have not gotten paid. I guess this is their 4th week. So there could be 4 paychecks, or if they get bi-weekly, then 2 paychecks that they're missing out. And that is not right, and that's not fair. And that's bullshit. That they tied this bullshit into the shutdown. I just, it's unacceptable. But let's check out what's going on with the airline industry.
I want you to take a look at what the board looks like right now here at the Orlando International Airport. Right now, the arrivals seem to be the target right now. You can see that delays are in yellow In red is the canceled ones, and then everything else is just lit up like a Christmas tree. And then we move over to departures, it's also a handful of delays and cancellations. So altogether, it's just been a giant mess here. And then also, this could be because air traffic workers are just so fed up. They've missed their full first paycheck. The spokesperson for MCO says the average delay for flights arriving to MCO is 2.5 hours, and delays are because of the FAA staffing issues. The delays are causing travelers to simply be stuck sitting at the airports across the country. We spoke to one family here in Orlando. They have a wedding this weekend, and they say the problem is their family and friends are struggling to get here.
We are very, very upset and concerned. My sister left Detroit en route to Orlando. That plane was diverted from Chicago to Kentucky, which was not on the itinerary. And they took them to Kentucky because they said the Orlando International Airport was all the air traffic controllers went home.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Still, all delays, cancellation, it's just giant mess. And if you're planning on traveling today, you want to make sure that you check your flight status. Also for these air traffic controllers, they're also super fed up with the situation. They just want to know when the government shutdown is going to be over. They are mandated to start working even though there is a government shutdown, but we're told from pilots that they're actually using their sick days because they just don't want to be here if they're not getting paid. Reporting at MCO, Amanda Ruiz, Fox 35 News.
All right, thank you, Amanda. We appreciate your reporting here this morning. We're going to take you out to that live look there at MCO. As you can see, that camera shot right now. We've been following a lot of news here as it pertains to air travel. And we also did want to share this other news here with you that we learned just yesterday. JetBlue flight. This is a Tampa International Airport right here. And we did learn that JetBlue passengers were taken to the hospital after that flight traveling from Cancun to New Jersey made an emergency diversion to Tampa yesterday after a sudden drop in altitude left several passengers injured. JetBlue says flight 1230 and Airbus 320 was headed to New Jersey's Newark Liberty International Airport from Cancun International Airport in Mexico when it suddenly experienced a flight control issue and it was diverted to a nearby airport. Here's a bit more information on what we know now. The plane landed at Tampa International Airport around 2 p.m. That's according to the Federal Aviation Administration. JetBlue added that the flight was met by medical personnel who evaluated customers and crew members, and those needing additional care were transported to a local hospital. That aircraft has since been removed from service for inspection. Air traffic audio from liveatc.net captured a radio call that said, quote, "We've got at least 3 people injured. It seems like maybe a laceration in the head." The plane has 162 seats, according to JetBlue's website. The FAA and the air carrier added they will conduct a full investigation to determine what caused the sudden altitude loss. All of this coming after this roundtable yesterday at the White House that was held by Vice President J.D. Vance as well as Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. They all came together amid staffing issues as those are persisting among air traffic controllers, with the issues worsening this week as air traffic controllers officially missed their first full paycheck Tuesday. Vice President J.D. Vance called on 5, quote, reasonable Democrats to come forward and join Republicans and the 3 Democrats who have voted to reopen the government as the shutdown drags on and heightens travel concerns within the aviation industry. Now, the shutdown, as we've been hearing from our Fox reporters here, has already caused delays at airports in cities like Atlanta, Chicago, Dallas, Newark, New Jersey, as air traffic controllers who are employed by the Federal Aviation Administration cope with staffing shortages. Unions and trade associations related to airlines and airports increasingly have called on Senate lawmakers to pass a clean continuing resolution as the shutdown drags on, including the Aircraft Mechanics Fraternal Association, which is an independent union representing aircraft maintenance technicians and other related employees. So once again, we'll continue to follow the federal government shutdown as well as travel here on Live Now from Fox.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Why do they tie in all of these like agencies within the government? I mean, shit, man. The air tower controllers, can you like privatize that or like do something like different. Because if you're going to depend on the government, there's people flying every day, and you're putting all their lives in danger if you don't have nobody in the towers to control the planes. You had a plane fly like into, was it Kentucky? Where is it? Like, are you kidding me? From Chicago, and they were supposed to go to Orlando, and they ended up going to like Kentucky or something. And they're like, "Yeah, we can't take you to your destination because there's nobody in the fucking tower." Like, what? Are you kidding me? And they don't want kings. I think we need a king. We need more kings here in America. Shit, man. Like, leave it to the Democrats. They'll waste all your money and it'll fuck up your fucking government. Like, they're the true nail in the tire. Incredible. Let's go on next to the next. Let's see what this has to say here. All right, let's check this out. It's a beautiful picture of the White House. Man, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Look at the foliage. And they're in the beginning of their fall because they're more southern than where I'm at. We're already at peak. Our leaves are falling everywhere. We have leaves all over the fucking roads. This is the time of the year. It's like the most dangerous. Like with the leaves, it gets slippery and it's not safe. And if you're walking, don't fucking step on leaves because you will slip and bust your ass. So be careful. So let's watch what they had to say here at the White House.
Look right now at the White House. We want to give you this update here. A lot of headlines being made right now as the Pentagon is moving forward on orders from President Donald Trump to build a National Guard quick reaction force in each state for domestic use through two U.S. officials that have confirmed that to Fox News. So we want to continue to break that down. What does that look like and what will it feel like in so many of the major cities and states? So let's bring in our next guest to help break that all down for us. This is Christopher Nywaim, a military policy analyst. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now. And yeah, I think first off, a lot of people have the question of, okay, what will this look like?
Absolutely, Mike. Well, by time in the Army and the military police corps, a lot of training with the National Guard, the Reserve, and the active component revolves around, in many cases, combat field work, but then there's also garrison, and in this case, civil disturbance, or what we call Civil D, which is essentially preparing for riots, crowds, a variety of scenarios. So a QRF, or a quick reaction force, is really something that many folks that have trained in this area are used to. It's not uncommon for the president to want to make sure they're ready for these capabilities. And one example of many is just in crowds, there tend to be problematic actors, things like snatch and grab techniques where the civil riot police grab someone behind the line, remove problems. It's all just kind of par for the course. And I think it's good that they're showing that they're ready for any situations that may escalate. They want to focus on de-escalation.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk and go back to 2020. We saw a lot of different protests happening across the country, especially in the summer. Will the response sort of look like that, or will it be even escalated even more?
Well, I think a lot of it is preparedness, force, and numbers. I think we've seen in areas, and whether or not to the extent some of these resources extend into places like Chicago, there have been areas like in the past, for example, on the Gold Coast, where folks smashed up stores. I think when you're looking at this presence, it tends to prevent things and keep things a little bit more contained. So in terms of escalation, I think it depends, but you definitely want to be over prepared. It's like that term in golf. You'd rather be, hit the ball too hard and not get in than come up short. You want to make sure you're ready. It's hard to scale up after the fact, and that show of force will ideally reduce some of those tensions, those areas. And it's just training, preparation. Never up, never in, as they say in golf. So we want to make sure we're prepared and have those resources available.
And how fast normally could a reaction kind of be mobilized? Say if there was, an outburst or protest in one city. I mean, how fast could they come together and really mobilize to that area?
Sure. Well, ideally within within 72 hours. Again, it depends on geographic location, pre-preparation and training. Most of all these troops have got their all their general mobilization preparedness. So it's just a matter of the logistics getting them in. And I think that the sooner they can get in those places, and then in terms of avoiding all the political discontent with Democrat, mayors and governors and the president. These are resources, Mike. They're there to help. If they their presence, I think, will be helpful, but their ability to get in there, I think, if they're on the ground, should be within 20 to 45 minutes. But in terms of mobilization to regions, I think 72 hours they should be able to do that.
Yeah, I'm glad you talked there about really the political nature that we are seeing just in so many different cities and states when it comes, especially with the Democrats who do not want the help at all, it seems like. How, will this inflame them even more, or will this try to, put, an ease to this is all? I'm not sure why there needs to be an ease, but go ahead with it.
It's a great question, Mike. I mean, I think it will ease over time. There's just sort of this political optic, and it's this. I think people just want to see their community safe and see, frankly, lawmakers get along with each other. Governors and executives from different parties get along with each other. But I side with the president on this. I mean, we have to take action. There are resources, and you have many Democratic members of Congress that will say, it's just so alarming to see the long-barreled rifles. And they walk in the Capitol every day, and there's long-barreled rifles with the Capitol Hill Police. So it's a little phony, I think, a little phony baloney with the Democrats in some respects. But look, there are resources. They're there to help. But it is important that they have that specific QRF training for civil disturbance and serve the escalate. We always want to be prepared.
And it's so true. And I think, too, there comes a notion where, you get these political nature where they really try to inflame about what's going on, but what's really not going on as well. Because, I mean, when you think about it, at the end of the day, have we been hearing about any military members using their guns when they're not supposed to? It's not happening. So they're trying to keep the peace as much as they can.
Absolutely, Mike. You're bringing me back to basic training. They always say to call them weapons and not guns, but obviously it's synonymous. And certainly that I think that there's a certain respect. The U.S. military is ironically one of these institutions that still has higher poll numbers than politicians, higher poll numbers than many different entertainers. I mean, the military, there's still a lot of respect there. So these are citizen soldiers in many cases. So they're also citizens. So this notion of it's like the military. I mean, these are very diverse folks that are well trained. And again, it just comes back to training. Those long days, 14-hour training days in places like basic training, the reason men and women are put through that, Mike, is in the day that comes where you got to protect somebody. And I think it's good to have those resources there. And if things cool down, they can go back to doing something else. So we'll see what the courts say. But I do. It's preparation. I think that's what's important right now.
And lastly, we're going to be having some big events coming up here in the next couple of years. Next year already, the 250th anniversary of our country. And then a couple of years after that, we are going to have the Olympics in Los Angeles. Is this gearing up for some of these big events that no doubt are going to be bringing some protesters along the way?
Absolutely, Mike. And part of this is actually preserving those protesters' right to protesting and keeping things safe. And every city is different. You look at in the past, New York City with bridges and riots. A lot of them are these city planners have to look at what potential situations, gaining intelligence on the ground, a variety of things. But yes, I think that's true. And then looking at the successes, and then if there's issues, we can kind of do after action review. Where did things go wrong? But it's always better to overplan than underplan, and to have those resources in line. I think most people support it. The agitators are going to have the biggest issue with it, and I think that's what we're looking to kind of prevent and get ahead of.
Yeah, absolutely. And lastly, just where in all these 50 states, where will they be stationed, where they'll be training, sleeping, and where will that happen in conjunction of, where the big type of cities could have the most action?
That's a great question, Mike. I think it will largely depend on which geographic regions have the need. We're allowed to train. We have so many Army bases and training centers. Training and Doctrine Command, TRADOC, governs a lot of the training. But in terms of the logistics, it just depends on the cities where they have the demand and where some of these units are more able to mobilize. There's a lot of really boring, mundane things we have to go through before we deploy: health, medical, legal, getting cleared. So that's a fantastic question. And I've worked on healthcare reform in the past with Pete Hegseth before he was Secretary of War. He doesn't respond to me as quickly these days, Mike, if you can believe it. he's got a lot going on, but some of that where we're able to get around, that's the benefit of having the various branches. That's a fantastic question. I think a lot of that will evolve with needs, hot spots, and how some of these areas go, and keeping an eye on Chicago and the courts, and what some of these judicial decisions are made in relation to where folks can go.
And lastly, it just seems like, a moment in time when you take a look back post 9/11, if you look back October of 2001, if there was, notions here of quick reaction forces going into major cities, I think the overwhelming support would totally be there. And now it's much different in some locations. When does this sort of, pressure on the military sort of ease down a little bit and return to more, heroic times?
I think it'll largely depend. I mean, we look at that days of pre 9/11. I don't even know if I can remember where you could actually walk to the gate at an airport. So things have changed in that post Patriot Act era. Again, it's good to have the preparedness, but I think that will just depend in time. As tensions grow on, I think that ultimately, our elected officials should work on easing the tone and staying focused on constituent services. We see these selfie videos all day of politicians going at each other. You very rarely hear about constituent services. And I think Americans are kind of to the point where let's get our government open. You work those things out. Your job's to work those things out. And so in terms of the military, I think those tensions will ease down when some of our civil systems kind of ease. But I think we're in a good place, and I think it's better to over than under. I think if you're Democrat, utilize them, tone down the rhetoric, and get to work.
Christopher, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate some of the analysis and insight along the way here on this story that's gaining a lot of traction. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Mike. Have a great evening.
You as well.
Very interesting, Mike. Let's bring it back here. Oh, goodness gracious. I was going through some stories here. I pulled up a couple of ones, so bear with me while I set this up, because like I said, this is these videos that we're watching, I have not watched myself. We're watching it for the first time together, so it's a cool thing. So that's I gotta make sure I get everything all set up properly. YouTube, I hate you for your changes. You guys did these changes and they're not for the better. That's for damn sure. It's like, why do they make, like, they're trying to make improvements and it's not improvements. It's like going backwards. Okay. So I got a couple of more stories here, but I got to put it in the lineup. So give me a chance to figure this shit out, because everything wants to go a little slow right now. Let's see, where are we? Give me 1 second to fix all this. But how's your night going? How's everything going? How are you doing, Rob? I know you got a 2-hour drive. Holy smokes. That's a lot of driving. That's a lot of driving. That would drive me crazy. That would literally drive me crazy. I mean, 2 hours is not too bad. I mean, it could be worse. I mean, when you're entertained, it goes by pretty quick, especially in my show, because I put some good content up here for us to watch, and it's very entertaining. I mean, what makes you like happy, right? What brings you joy? For me, several things, but there's one particular thing that brings me joy, and I'm going to take a look at it real quick here. Okay, we're going to go straight to my joy, and I think this is what should bring a lot of Americans hope and happiness. Here we go.
Ay, ven, pero... Ay, no, pero no puedes hacer así, hombre. No me sean así. Ay, por favor, no sean así, hombre. Ey. No sean así, ¿por qué me van a coger así, por favor? No, ven, no me cojan así. No, no me cojan así, por favor. Yo no, ven. Venga, ¿yo qué? ¿Pero qué pasó? Venga, no me cojan así. Ya, no me cojan así, por favor. No me cojan así.
He's trying to get away.
No me cojan así, por favor.
Being
No he
arrested.
hecho nada. Ven, no me cojan así. Camine.
He's like, don't get me like this. Why are you getting me like this?
Ya voy a caminar. No me cojan así.
Don't get me like this.
Yo pongo de mi parte.
Camínele, por favor.
O sea, así yo pongo de mi parte.
Vamos. Es una entrevista nomás.
Sí.
Okay.
No me cojan así que yo no.
Don't get me like
Yo no
that.
he hecho nada.
I haven't done anything.
Pues vamos, rápido. A lo mejor te dejan ir ahorita. Mira, ve primero.
Deme agua, por favor.
No, pues ahí abajo.
Yo no he hecho nada.
I haven't done anything.
¿Dónde eres?
De Colombia.
Colombia. He's from Colombia.
No sean así.
Pásale, por favor. Vamos para allá.
Ya.
Camina, por favor.
¿Qué pasó? Venga.
Por favor, señor.
Yo voy de mi parte, pero no me cojan así.
Tenemos que, señor.
Sí, pero no me cojas así, que yo no me voy a volar.
No, sí, señor, ya.
Yo no me voy a volar, pero no me
They
cojas
have
así,
to
por
arrest
favor.
him.
No sea así él, hermano. No seas así, que yo
He doesn't want to
camino.
leave.
Por favor,
Por favor.
He's saying, please,
No sean así, por favor.
don't be like that.
Ya
Please,
no seas así, no me cojan.
don't grab me like,
Sí, no me cojan así.
don't get me like that.
Yo no me voy a burlar. Amigo, ¿de dónde eres? ¿De dónde eres? Sí, por favor.
He's Colombian.
No sean así, yo no soy nada.
Well, guess what? You're going back to Colombia. Let's keep it moving.
It's our favourite time of the week because we get to talk to our favourite person in the world, the one, the only, the wonderful Megan Kelly. Megan, how are you?
I am great, Paul. It's so fun to be out on the road.
So
and
pretty.
it's also very nice to be back on my couch, supine.
Now, there's some big news out of Washington, D.C. today, which is Joe Biden's former chief of staff, former campaign manager, has dropped an $8 million bombshell that perhaps one of the reasons why they kept him in office was so they could get paid.
OMG. So this guy, Mike Donnellan, was on the inner circle of the Joe Biden world. And I think arguably the top advisor to Joe Biden since 1981. And he was subpoenaed and he had to give a deposition to the House Oversight Committee just a couple months ago. But we're just now getting our look at the videotape in which they were trying to ferret out what the incentives were on his inner circle to keep this, half comatose elderly nursing home patient upright and get him over the finish line in a presidential election. And they followed the money, which brought them right to the gold and the magic answer, which was payola. This guy testified that Mike Donnellan is his name. He was being paid $4 million to work on the campaign to get Joe Biden reelected. And he had a $4 million bonus waiting for him if Joe Biden won re-election. That's $8 million to get Joe Biden reelected, which is totally out of whack with what most Politico operatives would get. These politicos don't get $8 million. That's extraordinary money for what this guy was paid to do. And all of that would be a scandal standalone. But when you see the videotape of him hemming and hawing in an effort to avoid having to answer the question, it is so telling. He gets asked a very straightforward question. I mean, it's not a tough one at all. It's basically like, hey, is it true what we've heard? You were getting paid. I'm trying to find the exact question here, which I had. And he won't answer it. He is like deer in the headlights, trying to pretend he doesn't understand. Doesn't give an actual answer, tries to sort of do a runaround. Here it is. I've got it. The straightforward question was, just to be clear, would the amount of pay you receive for your role on the campaign, would that have changed depending on how far into the race President Biden made it? So clear. No one would take a minute, 20 seconds to sit there and try to figure out what the heck that meant or what the heck the answer would be. But he did, and finally managed to spit out, my sense is, in my view, the money was, it was a guarantee, the campaign, there was a negotiation. Oh, that's my memory.
In my view, the money was that it was a guarantee for the campaign that we'd had a negotiation, and that's my memory of the agreement.
What? And they had to do multiple follow-ups to get him to just spit out the truth, which was he had another $4 million on the line if he could get Weekend at Bernie's over the finish line. And now sitting here under oath, did not want to give it up, but was forced to.
Yeah, it's that evasiveness that has pervaded the Biden White House, from lies about his health to the cheap fakes when videos could see that he wasn't up to it, let alone the economy is fine because this stat is better than your lived experience. But of course, all of that came to an end when he melted before our faces, and then the media started to do their job.
Yes. And then ever since, they've been playing the we're shocked game. Shocked. Couldn't believe it either. Well, we'd never seen anything like it. And of course, we all know that's lies. That's which brings us to the Karine Jean-Pierre interview with the New Yorker, where she just got killed. I mean, her career is over as a result of this devastating interview she gave to what she thought was a friendly leftist reporter for the New Yorker. And, you know, he got right to it too. Like, she tried I'd never seen anything like that debate. And he was like, other than what we all saw every day on the television, you mean? I mean, he didn't let her get away with it. For once, we had a leftist reporter not letting a lefty Paul type or representative get away with just flat out lies. But you're right that these people are not used to that, whether it's Mike Donnellan in this sit down with the House Oversight Committee, Karine Jean-Pierre with the New Yorker, that crazy Katie Porter who's running for governor in California, you know, like, I'm done, I'm stopping, I'm calling it, right? Because she couldn't stand getting asked a couple of mildly tough follow-ups. The left is not used to left on left blood. You know, it's always the righties who have to deal with this. But in each of those circumstances, there was something unique. House Oversight's run by the Republicans, so he had to answer, and they were tough questions. Katie Porter was dealing with an open primary in which she's running against other Democrats, so that's when the media will do its job. And Karine Jean-Pierre is now no longer useful to these Democrats who run the media, and they're mad at her, and they're mad at Joe Biden for costing them the presidency, so she's fair game. None of them is used to this.
Wow. That's, you know, fuck her. You know, she's a fucking liar. She's a complete train wreck. Like this, the complete train wreck. Here it is.
Hey, speaking of interviews here, too, I want to play another clip for you of Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker talking to MSNBC's Nicole Wallace. Have a look at this.
I haven't suggested that Donald Trump is Hitler. I wouldn't say
I don't think any Democrat has. I actually, and I think it's a smear that they project back on to critics.
But here's a little bit of a long list of examples of Democrats doing exactly that.
From John Kelly's words, that Donald Trump is someone who, I quote, certainly falls into the general definition of fascist.
Where one side stands for freedom while the other meets the textbook definition of fascism, namely a far-right dictatorial regime like Hitler's Germany.
Just to be clear, when you said we do agree, President Biden believes that Donald Trump is a fascist. I mean, yes.
In the early days of the Nazi regime, they started slowly but surely taking away people's rights. And what we're seeing now is the very same thing.
John, are the Democrats really going to run on calling half the country Nazis again?
You know, 25 years ago, when the internet was a baby, there was a professor named Godwin who said, the person who loses the argument is the one who brings up Hitler first in the argument. And that's what Democrats have done. And the problem is, to use another analogy, they're descending even further, and they're practicing what Joseph Goebbels called the big lie. And you can get away with that before the internet. But as you can see, it was very easy for your producers and you to literally refute them within seconds on the air. I think they're trapped, and frankly, they sound as if they don't have any arguments other than name calling.
Well, yeah, no, I think that's right. We've seen an awful lot of that here. But speaking of name calling, too, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, remember her? She has been out with her own tell-all memoir about her time with President Biden. But have a look at her response to a perfectly direct question from, of all places, MSNBC.
Do you have any regrets at all for anything that you said while you were speaking on behalf of this administration?
Look.
It's a simple yes or no. You don't even
No, because you're asking for a yes or no question. I want to put some context to it too. I woke up every day. I woke up every day very proud to be the White House press secretary. I woke up every day as a Black woman who is queer.
Girl, even your hair is telling you that you're lying.
Like me at that podium, standing behind that lectern.
Well, you got to love the identity politics hit there. But the fascinating thing about this book tour, which seems to be going even worse than Kamala Harris's, is that she's actually saying some of the stuff that should be unsaid about Joe Biden. How is this all going for her now that she seems to be being discarded by the Democrats?
Every Democrat I know who watches Karine Jean-Pierre interview immediately does this. And it's a complete train wreck. I mean, you could walk through her deepest thoughts and not get your ankles wet.
Yeah, the curly hair. What happened to the curls?
It's pathetic. And the fact is, this is a perfect reason why we're deconstructing and getting rid of DEI. Because the country has to run on merit. And despite whatever identities that she wants to project to the American people, she clearly was the worst press secretary in modern American history. And we just have to learn lessons from that.
Yeah, never put her back in there ever again. Like, never put someone like her back in that position ever again. No more DEI hires to cover the White House, please. We need serious people that actually knows how to speak to people and relay the messages that we American people need on a daily basis. And I tell you right now, that's one big loser. She is horrible. All right, let's see what's going on in Michigan. Fucking Michigan. Like, they stopped something from happening. Let's check this out.
But first, breaking tonight, a terror plot to stage a violent attack over the Halloween weekend in Michigan. And the plan has an apparent ISIS connection. FBI Director Kash Patel says several people have been arrested. Correspondent David Spunt starts us off tonight. Good evening, David.
Shannon, good evening. Scary story. Several people are in custody right now in Michigan being charged on this Halloween night, arrested after the FBI thwarted an alleged terrorist attack with an apparent connection to ISIS. The FBI director announcing the arrest early this morning on social media. Now, here's what we know.
Did they find them in fucking Michigan?
Both Dearborn and Inkster, Michigan.
I wonder how they got into America.
How many? Patel in a statement saying the FBI is constantly on watch to keep Americans safe, adding, through swift action and close coordination with our local partners, a potential act of terror was stopped before it could unfold. The vigilance of this FBI prevented what could have been a tragic attack, and thanks to their dedication, Michigan will have a safe and happy Halloween. Now, our affiliate, Shannon, spotted the FBI in a neighborhood in Dearborn outside Detroit. Dearborn police confirm the Bureau was there conducting activity this morning. The local police department adds that there is currently no threat to public safety. The suspects are expected to appear in court as soon as Monday, and of course, Shannon will follow.
No threat to public safety. He just broke up a terror plot.
Are
you kidding me?
A man arrested in connection with threats to religious figures and some other folks.
That's right. Now, we first reported this during the state charges on Wednesday, but now we're told that Jeremy Wayne Shoemaker is facing federal charges. He's been charged with making interstate communications threat. An FBI agent tells federal court that Shoemaker made a series of menacing calls to rabbis, an imam, and a church in at least 4 states. Authorities say weapons and ammunition were found at his home, along with names and addresses of other religious and prominent figures. Shannon.
David Spunt, busy night. Thank you very much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
I'm pretty sure the Democrats are running there real quick to be like, yeah, let's check to see if he's a Republican. At least we got to get some stories to talk about. Like, fucking lowlifes. I don't know how far down the fucking Democratic Party has gone. I mean, they went really into the shithole. My God. And this is coming from Invisible King. God. The train of truth is here. Thank you. Let's keep it moving. All right, we got a back-to-back on here. So let's check this out. This is Jason A.
The 80 Zone investigators telling you for several weeks now about a mysterious object of unknown origin that fell from the sky and crashed just near Area 51. And tonight, the public is still in the dark.
So that crash was quickly covered up, both literally and figuratively. 8 News Now Chief Investigator George Knapp thinks the official story, as told by the military, is false.
And we are lucky because George joins us here in the studio with more on what he's now dug up. George?
Well, how quickly might the government respond to a crash of an unknown object? What happened back on September 23rd on public land outside the boundary of Area 51 is a textbook example of how crash retrievals work. And to no one's surprise, pretty much everything told to the public since then is pure fiction.
You can see this in F-18.
Scanners and computers inside this room listen to and record radio traffic inside Area 51 round the clock. On the morning of September 23rd, York Arnu heard some astonishing news.
Had my cup of coffee and I'm listening to Area 51 security, and all of a sudden they get very serious. Locked down the base.
Arnu learned there'd been a large but totally secret air operation in the middle of the night and that something had gone wrong.
So we just had an asset go down. We had an asset go down. This is not Creech security, this is Area 51 security. And they had an asset go down. And then the next thing.
Yeah, clear. Also, short behind is the UAV, unmanned aircraft with ordnance.
I really want to sort of dig into it. You know, Marco's actually very interested in this too. We talked about this talked about this back in our Senate days. So yeah, there's certainly an interest there. There's certainly an intrigue, but I haven't yet had the time to really dig in. Things have been so busy, but this is the crazy person inside of me. And there's, all of us put the tinfoil hat on from time to time. I was like, I can't allow myself to become so busy that I spend the next 3 years and I don't get to the bottom of this. So I will get to the bottom of this, but it's going to take me a little time.
Because Tulsi Gabbard says that she believes there are aliens. Do you believe that?
I don't, it's interesting. I wouldn't say that I do or don't believe it. I mean, I'm a big believer that there are things out there that we can't explain. And so if another person sees an alien, maybe I see an angel or a demon. So I'm a big believer that there are like spiritual forces working on the physical world that a lot of us don't see and a lot of us don't understand and a lot of us don't appreciate. But, is it aliens or is it our guardian angel?
He picked up details about strict security measures which were implemented almost immediately. Not only was Area 51 itself locked down, but within a very short time, so too was a large swath of the Tikaboo Valley. It became clear that some kind of craft had crashed miles outside of Area 51's boundaries on public land adjacent to Highway 375, also known as the ET Highway. Arnu jumped in his truck and headed south from his home in Rachel. But while driving on what's known as Mailbox Road, he ran into an armed patrol.
They had the gun in front of them, not pointed at me, but very visibly in front of them. And it was clear they meant business.
He backtracked and headed south on the ET Highway to Groom Lake Road, the main entrance to the base. It too was blocked off by sheriff's deputies and military security. A military helicopter with an attached basket was sitting there, presumably ready to haul out wreckage of something. A pair of porta potties suggested the team planned to be there for a while.
Almost the entire Tikaboo Valley was shut down.
At the Little Ailey Inn in Rachel, employees were in the dark about a crash, but saw the beefed-up security at closed-off roads and knew something big was unfolding. Crashes are not an everyday occurrence out here, but locals have seen plenty of them over the decades.
If this thing would have crashed anywhere in restricted airspace, in restricted area, we would have never known about it.
After being turned away from the presumed crash site, Arnu and the aerospace sleuths on his website, dreamlandresort.com, began gathering and sharing bits and pieces of information. The FAA had ordered the closure of airspace over a particular spot in the valley. That was a big clue. Then 4 days after the crash, the security teams vanished. Arnu went back out for a look. The Air Force had used heavy equipment to plow a dirt road across a section of desert. Arnu followed it and found what he thought was the crash site, then shared it online. That's when things got strange, even by Area 51 standards. A second wave of cleanup crews descended on the site, presumably to pick up any remaining debris, but they also used graders to cover the entire area with a thick layer of dirt, literally a cover-up. Creech Air Force Base, which is home to a fleet of Reaper drones and other UAVs, issued a statement explaining that the, quote, unmanned aircraft was one of theirs. The same statement claimed someone had been tampering with the crash site and had scattered assorted pieces from other aircraft, along with an inert training bomb. The Air Force said the FBI was investigating this alleged tampering at the site. Arnu was amused but not convinced.
The only thing they could get that person for is littering on public land.
That's the story, is it came from Creech and now the FBI is investigating. You think that's bogus?
That's absolutely bogus. I think that was designed to make people not go there.
Yeah, Arnu drove back out and realized the site he first videotaped was a staging area, not the crash site. 200 yards away, the telltale burn marks on Joshua trees indicated this was where the object slammed into the earth. Both he and another aerospace explorer found pieces of who knows what, debris that came from something other than a drone, seemingly planted to confuse anyone who came looking. But they also found pieces under the dirt that are likely the real thing.
I'm pretty sure that this piece came off the actual aircraft.
Arnu, who was at the site of a genuine Reaper crash years earlier, says there's no way the Air Force could ever recover every piece of a crashed aircraft. So they added some dirt and sprinkled in some misdirection instead.
If I were them, I would probably do just that.
Is there a good guess about what crashed? On the Dreamland Resort website, members, including former military and retired defense contractors, chimed in. The leading theory is that the drone was one of a latest generation of AI-controlled craft that accompany advanced fighter planes and can act independently to get the job done.
The Next Generation Air Dominance project is the big thing at Area 51. So the pilot flies along and says, hey, there's a target on the ground, drone 1, go check it out, and if it's a bad guy, take care of it. And drone 1 goes and does the rest.
If the military wants to keep a secret about strange things that fall out of the sky, they have many tools at their disposal. Lock down the base, seal off the public land, put out a cover story, sprinkle some disinformation over the whole thing. Arnu says the middle-of-night operation that ended with the crash is one of the biggest he's ever heard of, nicknamed Black Flag. He has a good idea which hangar at the Area 51 base houses the unknown drones, but is not willing to say more. It is, after all, almost 3 years to the day since FBI agents kicked in the door of his home and carted away his computers and cameras. No charges have ever been filed. Back to you.
And George, what I really like to say is there's so much more behind a press release, right? That press release that came in, the first one that we talked about here, said it was an incident, didn't even say it was a crash, didn't even say what it was. So there, really shows you how investigative reporting can go a long way.
Like X-Files right in our own backyard.
And George wants to take Denise and I out there on a bus tour, so we are thinking about
Sign us up.
Yeah, Nick, I think if someone said, I believe that aliens are walking around among us, I believe that there's UFOs in our airspace, a lot of people would say you're crazy. What do you think?
Well, I think this subject has come out of the fringe and into the mainstream recently. I mean, we have hearings in Congress about this now. We have the newly formed task force on the declassification of federal secrets. They're going to be looking at UFOs. And of course, just very recently, the vice president made some fairly open-minded comments about this in a situation where this subject used to be an absolute third rail for politicians.
Yeah, J.D. Vance, literally, to your point, coming out and saying, I have to, as vice president, help get to the bottom of this. I have to imagine that definitely removes the stigma about saying, hey, I saw something, I'm going to say something.
Wow. Jason A., good upload. That was awesome. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what the hell's going on in this world. This world's it's a weird place. It's very weird, very, very, very mysterious. And the fact that whatever fell from the sky landed in public land. And they went crazy, like tuning off the area. Okay, I understand an object fell down and you want to recover it, but it fell in public lands. So how can you override authority to the public? You know, if that's you fucked up, then that's a you fucked up. But you shouldn't restrict access to public land. I don't know. It's just weird shit that's happening. Just let's go ahead and watch another video here of Jason A.
White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy Stephen Miller and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem now live on military bases. They are among at least 6 senior Trump administration appointees to do so in the Washington area, leaving them both isolated from the Capitol they help govern and sheltered from political violence, but also protest. Joining us now, staff writer for The Atlantic, Tom Nichols, and staff writer for The Atlantic, Michael Schur. Michael, what's the deal with this?
Well, some of these people had moved on to bases months ago. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary, I think they just like the convenience of it. Some of this is because of concerns over security threats and increased precautions that were actually taken after the Charlie Kirk assassination in September. In the case of Stephen Miller in Northern Virginia, there was a protest group that was sort of harassing his family, putting out flyers with his address, chalking his sidewalks. Their family basically decided it was too dangerous after the Kirk killing. There's another senior White House person who we are not naming, who's moved to a military base since Kirk because of a foreign threat. And then Kristi Noem moved around the same time, but she moved out of her apartment in Southeast because there were pictures run in the Daily Mail basically showing the building she was living in, and are uncomfortable.
Tom, let's talk about nuclear weapons. The president says he wants to resume testing. We are in the middle, I believe, of upgrading our nuclear weapons. Do any of these need to be tested?
But just before the meeting, John, Donald Trump issued an immediate nuclear weapons testing order. Washington hasn't conducted any such nuclear tests since 1992. Here was Donald Trump.
We have more nuclear weapons than anybody. We don't do testing. We've halted it many years ago. But with others doing testing, I think it's appropriate that we do also.
Nuclear testing makes people a bit jumpy, but John, what's been the reaction in the United States?
Well, as usual with things Trump, it's been hysterical. The liberal press makes it sound like World War III is about to break out, and it's all Trump's fault. What's going on here is that the Russians announced the successful test of a nuclear cruise missile and also a nuclear torpedo. So they've walked away from the moratorium on nuclear testing that every country has recognized, I think, for more than 30 years. And so Trump is now responding to that. And frankly, we have this big nuclear arsenal, but we haven't tested it. We haven't tested anything in 33 years. I think it's probably a good idea for us to test a few of these nuclear weapons and see if they actually still work. That's easier said than done. It's going to take some time to set up a test. We'll see how far this actually goes. But personally, I think it would be a good thing if Trump does follow through.
It'll be fascinating where these tests take place is always the one that seems to drive everyone crazy. But if there's one thing the left hate or fear even more than nuclear testing, John, it has to be Donald Trump running for a third term. And he keeps waving this threat at them. Have a listen.
I have my highest poll numbers that I've ever had. And, based on what I read,
I guess I'm not allowed to run. We'll see what happens.
John just says you're trolling when you talk about a third term.
Well, I don't think he said that. I don't think he'd use that term, but it's a very interesting thing. I have the best numbers for any president in many years, any president. And I would say that if you read it, it's pretty clear. I'm not allowed to run. It's too bad. I missed it. But we have a lot of great people.
So, John, is this just a clever way of kind of not being a lame duck president, which is great, or is there more to it?
All right, earlier tonight on Truth Social, President Trump announced that he has ordered the Department of War to start once again testing nuclear weapons and wants that process to begin immediately. He said the new testing program is in response to other nations testing their weapons. Here with a lot more on that as we await the start of this historic sit-down between the president and President Xi of China. We have Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas with us. Senator, good to have you. I can go back. I'll read the entire statement because I think it's deep and I think it's profound and I think it's important. And I think it really is a moment that we better pay very close attention to. And as blunt as the president was, he was blunt here. The U.S. has more nuclear weapons than any other country. This was accomplished, including a complete update and renovation of existing weapons during my first term in office. Because of the tremendous destructive power, I hated to do it, but had no choice. Russia is second. China is a distant third, but will be even within 5 years. Because of other countries' testing programs, I've instructed the Department of War to start testing our nuclear weapons on an equal basis. That process begins immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Your take on that?
Well, Sean, I think President Trump is once again reflecting sentiment that President Reagan had in the 1980s. They both regretted the necessity of nuclear weapons. They dreamed of a world in which we might not have nuclear weapons. But as long as adversaries like communist Russia back in the day and today Russia and communist China have nuclear weapons and they're rapidly expanding their arsenal and they're testing their weapons, the United States can't afford to unilaterally disarm. That we have to make sure that our nuclear arsenal is second to none, that it won't be overmatched by the combined forces of Russia and China, that our aging weapons are still usable, and that our new weapons are designed and made properly. So I agree with what President Trump has announced. It's only sensible that in a world when Russia and China are threatening the United States with a rapidly growing and novel nuclear arsenal, that we have to take steps to defend our way of life, because that's what our nuclear arsenal does. It truly defends our way of life.
It really does by every measure. I will tell you this, if you look at your screen, it looks like the motorcade, President Trump has already arrived moments ago. It looks like the motorcade, I have to assume of President Xi, is pulling up now as we speak. And this historic meeting, it is, I can see a Chinese flag on the front of that car. And again, on the agenda, the importation of American agriculture, specifically soybeans, TikTok, rare earths, tariffs, the importation by China of Russian oil, and I'm sure issues involving Iran and other issues around the world, fentanyl, a lot of heavy things on the table. I did talk to the president briefly. He seemed optimistic, but he lives for these moments. He loves to talk. He loves to negotiate.
I think Trump would like not to be seen as a lame duck. You know, they came out with Trump 2028 red hats and they had him in the Oval Office and the Democrats went nuts, you know, because the Constitution is very clear that you can only be elected president twice. Now, of course, Donald Trump Jr. could run in 2028. And the other thing that has been floated is maybe somebody else could run as president and Trump could be the vice president. And then after Inauguration Day, the president would resign and that would make Trump president. I think legally that actually would work. But Trump, again, talking to reporters on Air Force One, as he does all the time, said, no, I wouldn't do that. People wouldn't like it. It wouldn't be right. And so, no, there is zero prospect of Donald Trump having a third term.
And lastly, for a bit of fun, John, this Halloween, Donald Trump and the First Lady have held a trick or treat event at the White House. Here was their entrance.
Oh, pretty cool.
John, he's the greatest performer of all time. What do you think?
Yeah, he was friends with Michael
Well,
Jackson.
of course, the liberals will never admit it, but Trump is entertaining. Trump is fun, and this was a great event. I think they had several thousand people there: White House staff, military, law enforcement. And the remarkable thing about it is that Trump had just gotten off the airplane, flying back from Asia. The man is just inhuman. You know, anybody else would be fast asleep. But Trump gets off the airplane, he goes to the White House, and he's out there handing out candy bars to kids trick-or-treating all night long.
It's fantastic. What an extraordinary president. What an extraordinary time we are living through. John Heinderreker.
That is amazing, Jason A. Great upload. Yeah, we're living in freaking awesome times. And the Invisible King thinks so. And I think Trump should be king. King of business. Something that no Democrats know how to do. They don't know how to run businesses. They know how to steal from businesses. That's the only thing they know how to they're good at. They're good at stealing. Oh, what do you mean, Rick? Yeah. They have this one cross-dresser who used to go to the airport and just steal people's luggages and take it with them home and end up dressing up, and come to find out the dresses belong to some dignitary from Africa or something like that. Yeah, make it make sense. I don't know. It's crazy times we're living in. That's all I can say. It's just very crazy times. Give me a second. I'm going to set up a couple of things here. Got a couple of add-ons, a couple of stories we might be entertained to watch. Here we go.
Residents in Oakland's Upper Diamond neighborhood jolted Wednesday by a pre-dawn raid by FBI agents.
See, that's why I don't like YouTube. The new YouTube, like the changes, I hate it. Hate it. Hate it. It just does whatever it wants. Yeah, let's gotta close this out. All right, here we go. We're gonna go to the next story, and it should be very bumpy. Let's see what this story is about. Oh, inside the hurricane. Hurricane Melissa. Here we go. Holy shit! Talking about turbulence. Look at this.
Look at that. It's footage from Wednesday.
Oh my God.
The flight crew battling intense turbulence. They were collecting data from within Hurricane Melissa as it roared over the Caribbean Sea.
Oh my God.
On X from Dr. Andy Hazelton noted that one instrument, a dropson from the hurricane hunters out over the open ocean, recorded a near record wind gust, 252 miles per hour. That was immediately before landfall.
Wow.
We know that it devastated western parts of Jamaica, making landfall at peak intensity. There he is. Joining us now is Dr. Andy Hazelton himself, associate scientist from the University of Miami. He rode with the hurricane hunters for no less than 5 flights. So, Andy, thanks for the incredible work. It's great to have you back with us on Fox Weather. You've been on 1,000 of these flights. Most days, it's all in a day's work for you, but some of these flights were different. What was the overall experience like?
Yeah, it was definitely one of the most intense set of flights I've been on, probably the bumpiest, the one on Monday and then Tuesday, probably 2 of the bumpiest, if not the bumpiest flights I've been on. You know, and I've been in storms like Ian and Michael and Helene last year. And yeah, this was definitely another level, especially on Tuesday, right before landfall, when we were seeing those wind gusts and the SANS up to, you know, over 200 miles an hour. And
wow, look at the plane
getting up to that level, pressure below 900. Those are things that put you in a very rare category, very rare state in the Atlantic. And so you're definitely just feeling bad for the people of Jamaica and hoping that there's a quick recovery.
Yeah, no question.
Oh
and Andy, you have a seat on that airplane.
Oh,
for
that
a
hurts
reason.
my neck.
Even with as historically intense as Melissa became, it wasn't necessarily unexpected. You had put out a post, this was before the disturbance had even entered the Caribbean, noting that possibility, all-time intensity, and you were right. Was there anything about this storm that actually surprised you? There's the post right there saying, hey, I don't think it's hyperbolic to say we'll likely get a Cat 5. maybe one of the strongest storms on record. We'll see at the end of the day where this is, but you kind of expected this.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was expected given how warm and deep the warm water is. So that allowed it to keep feeding itself even as it slowed down. No upwelling of cold water. I think the one part that was a little bit surprising is that the eye wall just stayed so intact the whole time. Sometimes these strong storms will do what's called an eye wall replacement cycle, where you get these fluctuations as a larger eye develops and sort of shrinks and cuts off the old one. This storm never really did that. It kind of just kept the same structure basically and just kept winding up all the way to landfall. And so that's going to be a lot of work that's going to be done, research with models and observations that we collected to see, why it did that. But certainly the environment was very high end, and we knew this was a possibility if everything else lined up.
Yeah, it looked on satellite as absolutely textbook as possible. What you were just talking about, do you think there's any correlation with this being an annular hurricane? A satellite presentation, we were talking about it on Fox Weather. It looked like a DVD, basically just a big inner core, the whole thing of intense wind.
Yeah, there were some bands, but they were kind of all on the sort of the down shear, basically the east side. And so you never really got this outer ring of that we get when we get an eye wall replacement cycle. It was just sort of this constant core of, that just became better and better and more symmetric over time. And unfortunately, peaked right as it got to land. And so, some of our models were suggesting this was a possibility that it would never really do an eye wall cycle. And so, since on the research side, that's what we do is we try to go back and understand exactly what happened. And I'm sure this is one that we're going to be digging into, and the Hurricane Center will be digging into as well to see just how strong it was, because there were some very high-end observations from some of our instruments.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that, and I know it's super early for this question, but we had referenced that post. You had mentioned the fastest wind gust on record measured by a dropson, and that was right before this storm was moving ashore. What were your thoughts? Do you think this has a possibility of getting upgraded in post-analysis?
Like 200 miles per hour?
It wouldn't surprise me. I think it was 160 knots or 155, maybe 160 operationally. And it was even noted in one of the NHC discussions that the actual intensity will be something that they want to look at in peak. Because, in practice, it doesn't really matter. Once 160 knots versus 170, just very destructive and just horrible for Jamaica. But, certainly there's some scientific interest in that and where it ranks, not just for the Atlantic, but worldwide for landfalling hurricanes. And so I always said that we go back, and NHC will go back and look at these dropsons, the flight level data, the radar, any other ground observations that we get, and at the postseason, and just see exactly where this storm ranks in terms of.
I think it should be number one.
Intensities.
Yeah, Andy, great work. Obviously, that
and it landed in White House.
Rare context and the overall look that you gave us inside the storm. A lot of hard work over the last several days. Appreciate you taking the time to talk to us about it. That's Dr. Andy Hazelton. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's pretty cool. I love this type of stories and educational stories. And that storm landed in White House. The train of truth is here. Look, I don't lie. When the train of truth comes, it knows. It honks its horn. I think that storm was over 200 mile per hour winds. It was at 185 when they made the landfall report and stuff like that. But I think it was over 200. And I think when it got to Montego Bay, it was still Category 5 hurricane. It was the low end Category 5, but what the fuck is a low end Category 5? It only goes from fucking 1 to 5. Hello. Yeah, there's a higher end 5, which the storm when it made landfall could have been easily over 200 miles per hour winds making landfall. But making it to Montego Bay, I think it got to 160, maybe 160 on the winds. And man, Montego Bay really got fucked up, man. People are underestimating. They have not even gotten to White House yet. They haven't even gotten to New Hope yet. There's difficult traveling to these areas. It's just not easy. So expect more deaths, expect the worst, because I can feel it. It's just not good. And those people are suffering. Even the aftermath, they need help, and they don't have much food. They don't have much resources. They have no power, no water, no food. How long can you last? And us in America, we're so fucking spoiled, motherfuckers. No king motherfuckers. Listen, you guys are so spoiled that our grocery stores are full of food. You can buy it with money, right? Jamaica don't even have that opportunity, especially the West Side. They don't have an opportunity because they got no fucking power. They got no money. The money they probably have, who knows if they can even use it because they don't even have fucking power. So it's like, it's a worst case scenario that's just not going to be good for the long run. It's scary, man. Scary times. All right, let's see where we're going here. All right, we're going straight to the melody. Got a melody. This is Melody King. Miss King. I'm a king too. I'm the invisible king tonight. All right, here we go. From one king to another. Enjoy.
So you guys may already heard that 2 judges have now demanded and ruled that the emergency funds for SNAP must go out. I'm going to play you a little segment of that, and then we've got to get into the meat of it. We've got to get into the thick of it because, everything is not what it seems. And if you're not asking deeper questions, if you're not looking further, well, it just looks like, these judges are going to make Trump pay SNAP because he's been withholding benefits to people. He's been withholding benefits to the American people. Really? Really? Let's find out. All right, so let's play this.
Now officially ordered the federal government to use funds for SNAP benefits. Want to put up this live vantage point that we have there in Washington, D.C. Of course, we have been waiting for this. Just those SNAP benefits, also known as food stamps, were set to expire tomorrow, November 1st. And so many were facing questions of how they would continue to feed themselves. But just coming there from Boston, judges have now ordered the federal government to use contingency funds for SNAP food aid payments during this shutdown. And so to talk a lot more about what we're seeing here, how this was set up, and how we got to the point that we're at now, I want to bring into the conversation.
Don't control the country that way. No.
Nima, thanks so much for being with us. Perfect timing as this news just came out a few minutes ago that SNAP benefits have now been ruled by this federal judge to continue to go while the government is shut down.
It's an Obama judge.
Christina, thanks for having me. And you're right, breaking news. And this is something we've been following for the past more than 24 hours now. Many of us expected a ruling yesterday, but Judge Talwani in Massachusetts issued her ruling today. Agriculture. So obviously we know there's a government shutdown and Congress can pass a spending bill, a continuing resolution, standalone legislation related to these SNAP benefits. But this isn't politics, this is the law. And approximately half the states in the District of Columbia, they filed a lawsuit challenging the Department of Agriculture's refusal to release these contingency funds. Now we're talking about more than $5 billion. Seems like a lot of money, but the SNAP program costs the department approximately $8.5 to $9 billion a month. So this will only get us through a few weeks, but the Department of Agriculture's position has been that these contingency funds can only be used for an emergency. And they describe that emergency to be a natural disaster, not something political like a government shutdown. But the judge apparently disagreed, and she ruled that this is the type of emergency that would require the release of those contingency funds.
And so, Nima, I want to put this up on the screen and just also show people the vantage point that we have there when it comes to some of this breaking news. Inside of our newsroom, we just got this tweet up on your screen. Want to put it there from Reuters as well, showing that the federal judge in Rhode Island today decided to also block President Donald Trump's administration from suspending all food aid for millions of Americans amid this ongoing government shutdown. Nima, I have to ask you.
Okay, so you get the idea of it, right? And so it looks really great. It looks like this is what's going to happen. It's an emergency. It's an emergency. But it is an emergency that has been created by the Democrat Party. This has been recognized by everybody, okay? Even more left-wing, news stations. Sorry about that. Hold on one second. Sorry, I'm trying to get this managed. But even left-wing news organizations have admitted this. They have said that it is the Democrats. Breaking, just as predicted, Senate Democrats look to end the federal government shutdown likely after Tuesday's election. Now, this is coming from Axios, which is not a right-wing outlet by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, no, was it Reuters or Axios that was banned from the White House press corps? I don't know. But anyway, it was all a political game. Chuck Schumer always figures out how to stoop lower. And while they're out here,
Miss King. Don't worry, I got your back, girl.
Do these. They're going to do the emergency funds for SNAP. This emergency that they've created, they could just agree to the CR, the continuing resolution that would have funded SNAP welfare programs, for through the end of the year while they work out the rest of things. But see, they're trying to shoe in things. Like I keep telling you, it is all about illegals. It is all about illegals. And people are starting to wake up to this. Let me show you this. I popped it in a second ago, but I want to show you again.
Show me, Miss King.
What is going on?
Show me, Miss King.
Because people are like recognizing that this is not coming. This is the Democrats are doing this. Take a listen to what this woman has to say really quickly.
Don't get it twisted. They ain't fighting for health care for you. They fighting for health care paid by you for illegals, okay? They fighting for their funds back, not for you, but to give to other countries. Don't get any of that shit twisted, for real.
And she's exactly right. Because it's not just about SNAP. They keep saying they're trying to bring down healthcare costs and all these different things. That is an outright lie, guys. All of the things, all of the talking points that you are hearing, these are lies. And they've come up with these things because they want to create chaos. They want to usher in things that they want in. Okay, things that are going to line their pockets. And why are my clips all over the place today? But let's take a look at this one because this is probably one of the most important ones. Now, this just came out. Now, this is Mike Johnson, okay, being asked about SNAP going to illegals, because this is the thing. This emergency fund, you think it's only going to last like less than 2 weeks if it was to come out. Okay, this fake emergency that they've created in order to get headlines and to, circumvent the process and all of that. But the reason why they're doing this, right? Do you think all of this SNAP is going to go to American citizens? Or do you think a lot of this SNAP is going to go to immigrants, legal immigrants, but then also a lot of illegals? 100% of every dollar of welfare in this country should only go to American citizens, period. I don't care. Yes, there's waste, abuse, and fraud that needs to be called out, that needs to be sifted through, which of course, they've never wanted to do that before, because then understand that when you have an illegal who is on benefits, there's really no real documentation. There's no follow-up. So you can just create fake illegals that are getting it. And who do you think are the beneficiaries of it? When we saw all the waste, fraud, and abuse, trillions of dollars going through U.S. aid. See, now that that's been cut off, that's been shut down, they need a new way to, they've already been doing this through welfare, but they need to continue that, and they need to keep finding pockets in order to make this money. And understand, I want to always repeat this, the corporations are still getting paid throughout this. The corporations are still getting their money. The healthcare insurance companies are still getting paid while the American people starve because Democrats said they need leverage. And listen to this.
The One Big Beautiful bill contained numerous Medicaid anti-fraud measures. Senator Tuberville recently highlighted a slew of aliens are receiving these SNAP benefits. Are there any plans to do the same with SNAP and totally reform it just to ensure that it's available only to U.S. citizens?
You want to?
Yes, in fact, we've already done that now. So a couple of quick things on the, I guess the silver lining in all of this is that we're having a national conversation on our SNAP program, that this has sort of shined a light on a program that, especially under the last administration, has just become so bloated, so broken, so dysfunctional, so corrupt that it is astonishing.
I agree.
In. So 3 important things on that.
Only
First, I
be for
talked about
Americans.
the extraordinary explosion of benefits under the last administration. And what happened was that the money that was going out was zero accountability. So one of the very first things we did when I was sworn in was send a letter to all the states and to remind everyone the SNAP program is administered through the states and the governor's office. So send a letter to all the states saying no more illegal aliens on SNAP, period, full stop. So that's already a rule of this administration. We're working to enforce it every single day. The second thing is we began a very serious investigation into a lot of the fraud and abuse that we kept getting anecdotal stories of that no one was doing anything about. And so just in the last, I think, 6 months, we've had major dozens of arrests, people going to jail, fraudulent activity of 50 million here. One guy's registered for SNAP in 6 different states. I mean, it's one thing after another.
What?
So we are taking that extremely, extremely seriously. And we'll continue to do so. And then the third thing on this is that for the first time ever, we, the USDA, have asked the states for their data so that we can ensure that taxpayer dollars are being spent appropriately. Not surprisingly, all of the red states said, yes, please help us with this. We want to do the right thing. We want to make sure there's not all this corruption and fraud. By the way, 2 blue state-led governors also leaned in, Colorado and North Carolina, alongside every one of the red governors. But the other blue states, California, Oregon, New York, Washington, all of them actually sued us and said, oh no, we're not going to give you any data. So the problem is you have an extremely corrupt program, but up until this administration and with President Trump's direct focus on this and making sure every taxpayer dollar is spent appropriately, we've never really had the opportunity to dig in. So we're going to be talking a lot more about SNAP reform. We've got a lot of people listening now, which is very, very helpful. And to take that program back to its original intent of helping those who are truly needy in our communities, but not to have a massive welfare benefit where so many people are taking advantage of it that shouldn't be.
And I just want to add briefly, just zoom out a little bit. This is a stark contrast between the 2 parties, the 2 major parties in this country. We talk about the split screen in here very often. On this issue, with regard to reducing fraud, waste, and abuse in government, look, America is the greatest nation in the history of the world. We're the most powerful, most successful, most free, most benevolent nation that's ever been. Part of our benevolence, part of the spirit of America is that we do have these safety net programs. We support that. We have an extraordinary cabinet, like Brooke Rollins here, Secretary Rollins, who is handling and administrating the SNAP program is a good example of that. Medicaid is a good example. Why were they designed and why are they so important and why do we all support those ideas? Because sometimes people really can't take care of themselves. You know, you have the elderly, the disabled, young pregnant women, for example, who are single and they're down on their luck and they need some help. SNAP and Medicaid and these other programs were intended to be a temporary safety net to help people to get back on their feet, but they have been abused. And there are some big government advocates like the Marxists, like the socialists, who want the government to take over everything and supply everything for everybody. But guess what? If the government can give you everything, it can take it away as well, and your freedom is sacrificed. Socialism, don't get me started, has been a great scourge on humanity. I mean, the tens of millions of innocent people in the 20th century alone have died.
So he's getting more into like socialism and things, which is important to hear, but I want to keep the focus on SNAP. I want to keep a focus on what's going on now. So understand this is something that is happening. When she said that they were sued, look at one of the people who sued them, who wanted to keep, and they did this specifically because they don't want illegals' information to come out there. They don't want any transparency. It was the same thing with USAID. This is why they needed algorithms and all these things to uncover what was going on.
Yep.
Because it was just all hidden in the shadows. And if you tried to get any data, well, then they would try to block you and sue you. And it was all this bureaucracy to get to the meat and the heart of the matter. And do you think it was just USAID that was going on with? Are you saying that it's not going on everywhere? Listen, and I'm not for us funding in foreign wars, for us giving aid to other countries. When Americans here are hungry, who are struggling, who are not able to get jobs, can't afford housing, that there are homeless veterans on the street. I don't want a damn dollar. Okay, not a damn dollar of American tax dollars. I don't want us supporting anyone. But here in America, if we need to help somebody else, because after all of us are taken care of here in America, American citizens, and it works, and there are allies, and it works together, and it makes sense, and it's not draining our pockets. Quite frankly, I really need them to go through with getting rid of taxes completely. Right? We need things so that you don't go to work every day. And then when you have to give half your paycheck to taxes, it's going to foreign wars. It's going to corporations. It's going to NGOs. It's going to SNAP for illegals and not just SNAP, all of the welfare benefits to illegals and other immigrants.
Medicaid.
Who, if you're going to come to this country, even legally, you need to be able to provide for yourself. You should not be dependent on our government and our work on our backs. You don't come to this country and lean on our backs. Absolutely not. So, but look here, it says for months, Democrats insisted illegals weren't receiving SNAP benefits. But now suddenly Democrats are suing to keep data on SNAP recipients' immigration status private. They keep telling on themselves. This was back, look, this was July 28th, right? Look at where we are now, because they've tried to block everything. They don't want this information coming out. What are they trying to hide? What are they trying to hide? They'd rather shut down the entire government, starve the American people, not pay our military, having people struggle through the holidays, than to give up that data, than to let go of the back channels that are allowing them to siphon off millions, billions of dollars through this SNAP fraud, through welfare fraud. So Letitia James, we're filing a lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's illegal demand for SNAP recipients' personal information, including immigration status. Families should be able to get assistance they need without fearing that they will be targeted by this administration. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, hold on one second. Somebody may say, hey, Melanie, you know, Big Tish, who's been federally indicted for her mortgage fraud, Big Tish is fighting for the American people. Then why the hell does immigration status matter? And she doesn't even mention how long you've been on it, you know, because if we were talking about Americans, how long they've been on, whether they're disabled or not, whether they got a bunch of kids, whether they're having kids. No, she's not mentioning any of that about Americans, the things that people have questions about. No. Who is she protecting? Who are they protecting? This lawsuit is specifically to hide the immigration status of people on welfare. You got to look at what they say and what they don't say. Okay? So anybody who wants to tell me that, oh no, it's not all these illegals on there. It's not why are all these states, because she wasn't the only one that sued. Why were all of these states suing back then like they are now?
Big Tish.
Suing now. Suing back then. Why were all these states?
Letitia James.
Why were they doing that so they wouldn't have to show this? You just heard what this woman had to say. They were trying to clean it up. Get these illegals off the rolls. Get them out of here so that the benefits go specifically only to Americans. Right?
No.
If you're an American who's been denied it, or you get a very low amount, understand illegals are getting like way more money than you.
Yeah,
like, we're talking
Zohan
cash.
needs to go.
I've told you,
Mandani
they were
needs to
getting
go.
preschool vouchers, okay, daycare vouchers. And they're getting not only that, Section 8 housing, and not only do they get the money for it, they get priority. So they get the daycare voucher and they get priority on the list. They get the Section 8 housing voucher and they get priority on the list. Plus they were getting cash. Remember New York with the debit cards and all of that?
Yeah.
Remember all of the things that have happened. And this is why it's important to remember history. But with this emergency funding, one thing, I showed you a video on my last one of
jackets,
winter
jackets,
soldier. Okay? Talking about them not getting paid, them having to go to work, morale is down. They're having to show up and they're not allowed to get another job. They're not allowed to get a second job, guys. They are beholden to their paycheck in the military. But the people affected, I'm going to show you the real people who are hurt here. Okay? This is a mother of 4 breaking down. This is what Democrats have done. They don't give a damn about this mother. What did Letitia James say she cared about? Immigration status for people on SNAP. They are holding up the entire government for this. So let's take a listen.
It's day, I think, 29 of being furloughed, and Halloween's in 2 days, and I'm just now going to get my kids' Halloween costumes because I have not had the funds for that. Like, just genuinely, we have not had the funds for that. The only reason I'm even able to do this now is because I had to pull from my retirement, and mind you, I've only been there less than a year. So I asked them, what do y'all want? And they're showing me things, and I'm like, we can't get the $30 costume y'all are wanting right now because there's 4 of y'all. It's not feasible. We don't know how long this is gonna last. And I'm just so, like, ashamed, like I did something wrong.
But she got
and it's
furloughed.
so hurtful because I get the cause, I get the reason why. And I know people are going through a lot with SNAP benefits being possibly cut. I get it. But most, if not all, I'm willing to bet federal employees before this did not receive SNAP benefits or any type of assistance, period. And now with everything happening, and you know it takes forever to get, trust and believe, like, I worked myself up to get here where I'm at. I've been on food stamps. I did everything right. Everything right. I was in the army.
Damn,
I've done everything. I'm 31 years old. And I have 5 months left on my master's. Like, I've done everything right. The circumstances I've had to deal with in life, I beat those odds time and time again.
Poor girl.
And nobody cares. Nobody sees us at all. It's like we're put to the back burner. And now everybody's making a fuss because of that going away, which again is horrible, should not, period. Like, point blank, I've been on there. I get it.
Worry
You
kills
do what you gotta do, but shit, what about us? What about us? What about us? We have kids. Like I said, we're not getting benefits.
Damn. See, that hurts because she's furloughed.
We're not. And the money's not coming in.
Yeah, they're not getting money.
Bro, you don't think that's what I'm doing. You don't think that's what I'm doing. They don't call. And you heard my credentials. I have so many freaking certifications in IT, CCNA, Security Plus, you name it, I have it. Go Uber. If y'all didn't hear my story about my cars, you would know why I can't Uber and stuff right now. I'm in a freaking rental car.
Damn.
And I'm not crying because I can't buy the $30 Halloween costume. That's not the point. The point is, like, anyways, let's go to Walmart. Let's try to find what we can find.
That was really emotional for me because I want you to understand, not everybody is out here a ghetto welfare queen that is being impacted. Not everybody is, just trying to live off the government. No. Not everybody, these are people who have real jobs, and not just people who have been government employees. You have to understand this is going to expand everywhere. Into retail. We're in the holidays. This is where businesses make their money, and they're desperate. And rather than this American woman who was on SNAP, who was on benefits, who worked her way off, tried to get her life in order. She's been through a lot of tragedy. She talks about it on her channel. But now she can't even afford the little Halloween costumes. She's not going to be able to afford Thanksgiving. She's not going to be able to afford anything. And on top of that, people have real life circumstances that they're dealing with. We're talking about they still have all their bills to pay.
Yeah.
Okay, they still have to pay for medical emergencies, healthcare. They have to pay for all of these things, or they lapse, they don't get it, get evicted. Her car has trouble. You still have everyday life you're going through. So while the Democrats have shut down the government and now people are going to get some emergency SNAP, which is mostly to illegals, mostly to immigrants, not to the American people, not to the troops, not to people who have lost everything because of this, because Democrats need the leverage for, for elections and to line their pockets. It's disgusting. And anybody that tries to make light of it and say it's no big, it's not true, I'm like, you know what? You can go to hell. You can go to hell. But I've been going a while, so we're gonna wrap this up. But listen, we're gonna wrap this up, but take a listen to this.
Well, this is the Schumer shutdown, and keep in mind that obviously we won the presidency. We have majority in the House, and we passed this, and we did our job. Almost every single Republican has voted for this as well. And so Schumer has shut the government down, and then now he's playing political football because he is actually more worried about getting a primary from AOC. And because of that, people are not going to get paid. We cannot budge on this issue, however, because we are on the right side of history. They have already signed on to 2 continuing resolutions this year. This is the 3rd. And why are they not signing on to this? Because they get sick of losing to President Trump. Again, we have to stick to our guns. We have to make sure that we work for the American people and ensure that we get these people paid. And eventually, they will have to come to the mat, and they will have to stop playing political games with the American people.
And you will see these all over the place. I don't have the time now. I was going to get into John Fetterman. I was going to get to some Democrats who are holding Chuck Schumer's feet to the fire, Hakeem Jeffries' feet to the fire, but they don't give a damn. What did they say? They say they know people are going to go hungry. They know families are going to suffer. But hey, we need the leverage. They need the leverage. They got to win elections, and they got to line their pockets. And they've also got to build up their voter base, their new voter base of illegals. That's who they're fighting for. Letitia James, she told it. They've been doing this. And if you're just becoming aware of it, well, welcome to the party, because we've been fighting against it. So guys, make sure you subscribe and hit the like button. Share this with somebody who is uninformed, somebody who needs to know. And I will see you very soon.
Mary King, you so good. Happy Halloween, girl. From one king to another. I'm the invisible king tonight. Oh, goodness gracious. I wasn't going to shed a tear. I knew she was suffering. It didn't take me that long to figure it out. I read energy pretty fast, and I could tell when someone's sincere and when someone's not. And she is very sincere, and she's doing everything, and she was using it as a supplemental to get her through, and now that's cut, and it's like, oh, fuck, But I don't want her to stress out. I don't want her to have a meltdown. I want her to relax. Just believe it's going to be taken care of. Just trust Trump. He will find a way. Trust me. He's doing this because he's proving to you guys what the Democrats are doing. He's showing to you how many times the Democrats have gone to vote, and 13, 14 times they voted no. Okay, they could have opened this way back when. But no, we're here at day 32, and no. Other Republicans voted yes. The Democrats, only a few of them voted yes. But we needed 5 more. And since we don't have those 5, it's closed. Sucks, man. That's stupid, man. Because it's not only food stamps. This affects everything. Everything. We're talking about airports. If you're traveling for Thanksgiving to visit your family, guess what, bitch? There's a good possibility you ain't going nowhere this winter anywhere if they want to continue this crap. Because the next big holiday is Thanksgiving. And Thanksgiving, people travel. Holy smokes, people travel. And guess what? TSA is not getting paid. The tower control isn't getting paid. Oh, guess what? The mechanics, yeah, those that fix those planes, guess what? They ain't getting paid. Huh. And you trust your soul on getting on a plane. I would not get on a plane if they even paid me. Hail to the no. Not right now. It's very wild, and you don't want to put yourself in a really bad predicament. The fact is, if you're gonna travel, okay, let's say I need to go. I need to get the fuck away from here. Okay, there's times it's gonna happen. You're gonna be like, I gotta fucking get out. I gotta go. Okay. Make sure you put traveler's insurance on your trip. It costs about $50 to $55, and that covers the whole trip, and that covers the airline in case they cancel the flight or your flight gets rerouted to another state, and it pays for your hotel, it pays for your inconvenience, it pays for lost luggage, it has a lot of beneficiaries to it, but a lot of people don't take advantage of it. So I'm here to let you know that if you're going to travel this winter, please put traveler's insurance when you buy your ticket. Don't say you didn't hear it from me. I'm the invisible man, the invisible king here. Look, I got my crown on. It's been holding up real good tonight. I hope everyone's having a happy Halloween. I just feel bad for the ones, the innocent kids that, mom's holding up. She didn't cry or do this. And this is the difference. She didn't do this in front of her kids. You notice she was inside her car. And she was like, she let it loose. It's not easy. It's very difficult. And she did everything the right way. Everything the right way. She's an American. She needs the help. She's been furloughed, so she's fucked both ways. She's not working because the government put her on furlough, and also she's not getting the benefits because the fucking Democrats don't want to vote it in. So she got royally fucked both ways. That sucks, man. That really sucks. Let's see the next one. Next one's a pretty long one, but I think we'll enjoy it. It's 20 minutes long. I love science, and I like this channel. This is a good one. This one is the real BP Earthwatch. Great person, great personality, great channel. Please subscribe to this channel because it's amazing. We're gonna watch this episode on AI Atlas. All right, give me 1 second. Here you go. 3i Atlas.
31st, 2025. Guys, it is another beautiful Friday afternoon here in the southeast and central Mississippi. It's climbed up to 71 degrees and it's just perfect. I think one of the benefits we're seeing from some of the layoffs and furloughs is that
Rob,
your reports, we don't see a lot of chemtrails
for real
in the state. We just don't have big major airlines and stuff like that.
I did that report earlier with that 10,000 feet drop by JetBlue.
You have a lot of tourists, Florida, example, LA, other states, flyover states.
What was it?
Let me know in the comments. Are you noticing a difference?
Mexico, right? It was Cancun.
Federal people are getting laid off.
And they were flying from Cancun to Jersey, and they had severe turbulence, and they had to stop in Tampa.
About it is it's all about
and 20 people got injured.
The nation is broke, so it very well could be.
That was crazy.
But let's go to look back to this image from a couple of weeks ago, and this is as 3i Atlas came around the sun just to the right of it, and these were taken from a fellow on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm taking turkey this year too. I got my turkey early.
And
I
this
knew
is the
something was
image
going to
that he
happen.
got.
I
It's
was like
just kind of a crinkle because
am
you're
a
looking
fucking
at
psychic.
thermal images, and sometimes even going back for 20 years,
I got my
looking
turkey
at
last
satellite
month.
images, and in the last 12 or 13,
Actually, no,
looking
I
at
got it in
some
the
of them
beginning of
live.
the
When you
month.
go to that reverse
I got it
situation,
December
you start
4th.
picking up a lot of other information
I
you
bought it
wouldn't
at
normally
Walmart.
see. You've seen it with comets approaching the sun and
And the
things like
birds
that.
look pretty
But this
good.
is what was being picked
They look
up,
pretty,
and you can
so I
see the
grabbed one.
circle. Now, at that point, what was interesting to me was, of course, a circle, but
take a
this
picture of it.
darker image
So
inside.
that's
And we
longer.
finally focused all the way down to get all the light
Beautiful
out
bird.
of it, the entire image, not one section or not one anything at a time. The entire image was changed with between lighting and getting darker and focusing, and to get to what's in the center. And guys, I've looked at it. I thought at that time it was some type of spacecraft or a group of spacecraft. And
boy,
they
they're coming.
now are getting further away from the sun.
We gotta test our
They're
nuclear
headed,
weapons.
it's not towards
Make sure we
Jupiter
can blow
as
these motherfuckers
some
away.
of the height that you see going on, but it's going
Trump's
to
going
be
after?
well away from Jupiter by the
going after
time
the
that it
real
crosses
aliens,
the
too.
orbit. Jupiter
Not
will
only
have
the
passed that
illegals,
point
but
that it's
the
pointed to now,
ones that
and
come
it
from
will
the
be
galactic.
coming in behind it, a long way away from it. But now they're talking about a slight change in the arc or the direction as it went behind the sun, and now they're talking about a possible gravitational or non-gravitational acceleration. But to determine that, I really wouldn't know how, other than you're seeing a speed and change. But when you say a non-gravitational acceleration, you're saying that the sun, basically in this situation, is not pulling it harder and faster, but there's no way to prove that. Okay, there's no one up there with a speed radar gun looking at what is happening and why it's sped up. But I've seen it going back to comets for a dozen years as they get closer to the sun, or any object. It could be an asteroid. The closer they get, the more the gravity accelerates the object. That may be what it is, but I don't think we're dealing with a comet at all. I think we're dealing with a craft. And I want to go through some of the stages that I got through. I'm not going to drag this out and give you 30 minutes of bullcrap animations.
It's windy here tonight.
And to finally get to one
Very
small
windy.
image, you really can't tell what it is. There's plenty of people doing that. I don't have to do that. Anyway, we're going to move on, and remember this spot. I'm going to pull it up a little bit. But again, what I'm thinking we're seeing in the circle is a force field situation with a lot of objects, a fleet with a major center section inside of this object. That's why you're seeing you're not seeing it visually, you're seeing it thermally. And I've got a video or a series of videos about how that you could accomplish that.
The ones
And
that get
you would need
underground by-
infrared telescopes to detect even one of our craft if they knew how to use the technology that we were discussing. Now, as the changes started to occur, and here's your first images coming in, and this is what starts happening when you start darkening some of it out and bringing up where the light is coming from inside the object. Again, you are getting, let me pull this up a little, pull this over. You are getting that same dark figure in the very center of this. Then again, I think we're dealing with a force field or protection. It could be both a cloaking and a physical force field, or shield in that case. And this side is lighter because we're possibly dealing with an ion drive. And I think that this inside of this shield, this bubble shield, this is where the most of the energy is here. And as we dimmed it down the other day, we started getting everything out of it, if you remember, and going right to the center.
That don't look normal.
Now, reversing or inverting the image makes everything that was black, white, or vice versa. That dark image is right here again in the white section, and you've got this extrusion on the back here and coming down here. Again, this is where you've got more objects scattered throughout this. You're going to see it again. And I think this is where the main energy of the force field, protective shielding, again, thermal shielding for cloaking, would be. Now, cloaking is a real thing. It can be easily done. Whether it's who has done it, I don't know, but technically, I've again done papers and we've done
The
a couple
Cleons.
of webinars on
Cleons
how to
are
do
coming
it.
back.
And it's simply by
We need
changing the
Star Trek.
temperature below the temperature of outer space. And that's not very hard to do because it's already cold.
Didn't William
When you
Shatner
do that,
go
guys,
to
you
like
go below that
the edge of
certain point,
space?
the human eye
His ass
or
back on Star Trek.
a
We got
camera
Cleons heading our
that's
way.
not thermal cannot see it. It's out of the visual range. And the human range of light, ultraviolet light and all that you can see and I can see is a very small section of the entire visual spectrum, if you understand what I'm saying. So what we're seeing, what you're seeing now, what I see is a very small, narrow section of what's really there. But when you go into below the temperature of outer space, which is easy to do, CERN does it with all of their interactions all the time. When you start to deal with their pyros and all of that, they have to keep it at a certain temperature for it to operate. And that's the same temperature this object or any object would have to go below to become invisible to anything but an infrared or thermal telescope. Very easy to do, but where we're looking at it coming from, man did not make this. This is not a comet. This is not an asteroid. It's a craft with a fleet with it, and you're looking at the shields. Now, I will change my mind if someone, as this thing gets away from the sun, we can turn more telescopes towards it without frying the optics because of where the sun's at. And right now, if you're looking at the sun, Venus is to the right and upper right, and Atlas is just above it. Not visible right now, but you may get it pretty soon. Anyway, where Atlas is, again, it would be about 2 o'clock from the sun, and then if you extended that 2 o'clock arrow out a little further, that would be Atlas. And that's what we're seeing. Let's go ahead and get down to the point to where I guarantee you this is a craft. Now, this is the section where we were darkening out all the light and then bringing back up the first things to appear, the hottest objects there. And if you remember, this is the close-up. We'll show that. This is a craft, guys. I would not take AI and build something that looked like this and put it into this picture. But we're seeing objects here that are very similar. And I think this energy distortion is because this is where
All right, cowboys,
force field
it's
and
time to arm up.
possibly shielding field is at.
Be ready
The
for
energy's
these
in front
aliens
of
when they
everything.
come.
That would deflect anything from coming into the fleet, whether it's a missile, whether it's an asteroid or
We already had
meteorites,
these cowboys and
space
aliens
debris,
movie
whatever.
already.
But if you got
Well, we
that
could
much
do another
interest
fucking part
invested
two.
in what we're going to look at a little closer, you would definitely, and you had that technology, you would want it protected, just like radar or stealth. Now, let's look at this section just a little closer. Again, everything was sent to 0, and then as you turned up any amount of brightness, this is the first to appear, even all behind this is the stars and anything else, guys. Now, this is the area that is really sticking out to me, but you've got other objects that I would say is behind this shield. Now, I know it sounds like science fiction, but where do you think science fiction came from? Anyway, this is not the most clear, but look at it. This is not a comet. Everything's been darkened out. Look at it again. Just look closely. This is a member of the fleet. And a lot of people, they can quit guessing, that saying it's a comet, it's an asteroid.
That's what we need to
whatever
test
it is.
our
It's not
nuclear weapons.
human-made, at least not in the Earth.
That's why we need to test our
that
weapons.
we're in now.
To make
We don't
sure
know
we
how
could
advanced
send it to
certain
space
ages
and
were
blow the
before the
motherfuckers
Great
up.
Flood, the Great Ice Ages, things like that. Now let's back this up. Again, here's your field. Here are some other objects, guys, that
a lot of shit.
came in with the light as we brought the light up. Stars hadn't got there yet as far as being even able to appear in thermal imaging. And then back here, let me move this a little. What is this? But then when you get into this section right here, and this is the one that was so interesting to me. Look at this. This is that bottom section. Remember, I kept showing you the darker image then we inverted to white, and it came down and it had this to the back. Guys, this is a mechanical object. Everybody says, well, we've never seen anything like that. Yeah, but guys, we all talk about things that are going to appear on this earth. We talk about technologies all the time. We talk about foreign or ancient alien technology all the time. We know about the chariots of the gods.
Yep.
Look at this. And guys, this is easily a mechanical object right there. And this big one, is it the mothership or is it the main generator ship of the field with other objects involved? And this is really the best close-up, guys, because just concentrating on bringing up the light first, you can see where that light was appearing.
And if it
here,
starts turning
here,
towards
and here.
us,
And we talked about ion
we're
drives, guys.
fucked.
And this is
These
just that
Democrats, they're gonna
bottom
be fucking
corner
shitty on
of the
themselves.
entire image.
I go, you really want to protect aliens?
Unbelievable.
All right, motherfucker.
That
Trump,
is not
bring the real
naturally
fucking
made.
aliens.
And this is
And
a
let the
craft.
real aliens
Now,
eat
there's
the
so much
illegal
hype out there
aliens.
that I've really
Take them
almost
all.
not
You can experiment
done any
on
Atlas
all of them.
videos
If you
because
want,
you got to wade
probe
through
every
a mile
single
of
alien
muck to
you
get
come
anywhere
across.
with the crap of some big channels that's going on out there. And you can tell when it's going to be hype because they're written on the thumbnail that you've got yellow and red large writings all over, and it's headed to Earth, it's headed to Jupiter, we're in the path, all of that from people that supposedly know. And it is absolute nonsense. This is what's there. I didn't put anything in it. How did this appear when we took everything out of the video or the image, and this is left in the heat signature, guys? That's the bottom. Some of you guys turned it around the other day, I remember, but that's what's out there. Now, I would love to, as it moves further away from the sun, it's going to take a while to cross. It's going to cross all the orbits, cross Mars' orbit, then it will cross behind Jupiter in Jupiter's orbit. And by the time that may help us get better imaging of it as it gets further away from the sun, and we can turn non-thermal cameras towards it. Because again, if you look at it close to the sun with the SDO and some of the other ones, you would fry the optics on the cameras. We've seen it shut down the cameras on the SDO and on LASCO C1 and C2 from solar flares. Just that burst of that energy would shut down the cameras. It's an internal protection circuit. But guys, this is what's out there. And if anybody wants to argue with them, show them this video. Take a screenshot of that right there. And tell them to explain it. Explain to them how we came about it. There's no interjection of anything in here. We didn't add
That's
anything
the
to
distractions
it.
that
We
the
didn't do
Democrats
an
are doing.
AI
They're
like you
distracting
see
everybody
on
from
so
the
many
food.
videos.
So
A
they don't
long
see what
green looks like a
the
submarine
rocket's
sandwich
doing.
or something, blowing out laser lights. Where the hell did they come up with that at? I don't know, but it's gotten ridiculous. But I'm just clearing it up. This is what's out there. They can say what they want to. I don't care. Nobody believed me when I told them what was going to happen to ISON. Nobody believed me when I told them that the solar flares 12, 13 years ago were causing earthquakes. Now that's mainstream, and nobody believed it. Nobody, none of the scientists, nobody did. So, again, I have no reason to bring anything here and show you that it's AI or anything like that, guys, but this is what we have. We have a fleet. And again, this looks like the main body of it, and that may be the energy section of not only the ion drive for this section, which could be like the mothership, but I think it's also producing the outer force field. And again, this is looking at the entire kind of rounded section. Most of the energy's in the front. It's moving to the right. This is the bottom section. We're seeing a couple objects that look very handmade, and and the lighted objects here that are possibly behind it, the force field, are more illuminated. I don't know if that's because of the force field or what's behind it, but that's what we're seeing. There, I said in a video a month or so ago, it looked like about 20 objects to me. Nobody believed that. But here we go, guys. That is what we're seeing. And sometimes thermal optics are the best because it can show you what the eye cannot see and give you an aspect of what's going on. But I enjoyed studying this. I have no reason to shoot you a line of crap like most people are. And I'd rather just have a good connection with all my friends on YouTube and I know I'll get less hits by not super hyping it. Doesn't matter. Integrity goes much further than a few videos, doesn't it? Anyway, guys, this is what's there. And again, I'll leave you with this. It's like an out drive on a big board, except with an ion drive, guys. Anyway, there's so many different type of craft that's been reported. I saw 16 100 feet above my head one night just on the edge of Phoenix, Arizona. Counted them, had that much time. If I'd have known they were coming, I just got there after a 2,000-mile trip, and it was getting dark. Didn't have anything unpacked out of the van. Then we would have images of it. But there were images taken that night because several thousand people saw the same thing I did. In the patterns there, and it was in the spring of 2013, look at the Phoenix lights then, not the original in the 90s, but the ones that I saw when we were over visiting our son at Luke Air Force Base. Him and I saw them, and so did a lot of people there in Phoenix. And they were round, highly polished bronze-looking objects. The light appeared to be coming from the bottom. They were spinning, maybe, again, 100 feet above our head. They were maybe 50, 60 feet wide each, and they moved so fast but so elegantly in and out between each other like birds or fish as they dove under all the incoming aircraft coming into, what are there, about 10 different airports, small and large, plus Luke Air Force Base in the Phoenix area. They dove under that.
Yay, congrats.
And they headed out over the mountains where the Phoenix International Speedway is. Looks like they headed over Mexico. Then they reported less than an hour later, same 16 objects moving over Denver, Colorado, going north. Beautiful, elegant. I felt no threat at all, and it was beautiful, wonderful technology. But I don't know if those were manned or unmanned drones because the maneuvers, you would have to have an internal balance or your own gravitational field inside the object to prevent you from being destroyed by the G-forces of the maneuvers. And that is actually a technology that, if developed properly, would be very useful because it would also accelerate the vehicles and let them move at basically the speed of light, because you're creating a gravity force upon your ship that protects you from the G-force, but it also frees you from the G-force or the gravity pull of the Earth. And when they say that in ancient technology, that's how some of the great monolithic stones were moved. They were surrounded by a field that canceled out. It would be like a plus and a minus. Say your ground field of the Earth, the gravitation was a minus. You create a field around that object that negated the gravity of the Earth, and it could easily be manipulated. Same thing, and that will come out as well as a few other technologies if the Earth is here long enough to see it. But this is what we have, guys. I just wanted to update you on that, and I'd like for someone to prove me wrong, and that would improve the entire narrative.
Okay, let me go back a little bit. I mean, what do you see? It's fucking Halloween, right? I see a face right here. It looks like an alien face. Right here. It has the eyes, the nose, and a mouth. This is the chin. It's like, it could be fucking Jesus coming. I kind of see like a dude here. It could be like Michael Jackson. Imagine it looks like Michael Jackson coming. You'd be like, oh, I got the biggest hit in the galaxy. Woo! That'd be pretty cool. I don't know, but it looks like an image of a video or something. Just because it looks like someone wearing a suit here, and I don't know. They have like a cut here. You can see the ears right here. It's like a little ear, and then like this guy has big eyes though, so we know for sure he's alien. But he got like the nose and then the mouth. You know, it's kind of like an image of maybe where they come from. That's how they communicate, you know, by showing you who they are. I don't know. It's fucking Halloween, man. Happy Halloween. Oh, man. Invisible King is having a great night. I hope you guys are having a good night. I see a devil. Man, imagine if it's like Independence Day. Like the real movie. We're gonna be fucking fighting aliens for real. I tell you right now, I could take down a few. As handicapped as I am, yeah, I was a good shooter in the army, and I was a good shooter like all around. I used to go all the time to go shooting at the range. Used to go all the time shooting, and I had a really good shot. I was so happy too because I was like, it's just concentration and controlling your breathing. It's big time key. But I hope you guys are having a good night. I am. Let's see what else has popped out in the news and stuff. I don't want to go to the last one yet. I know Tyson probably has something that came out. I'm gonna double check on him in a moment. Let's just see if there's any other uploads by anyone. Let's see here. It's like going fishing. About an hour ago. So yeah, he did get that one. Let me see if I have it here. Yeah, I do have it. Yeah, okay. So I do have the final video of the night. Damn, I don't want it to be the final video. Let's find something to keep the damn show going. Let's see. Trump trolls on Halloween. Oh, Rob, I'm sorry to do this to you, bro. I know it's Halloween. The person you hate the most in the world, you know, right now is about to come on, and you know, I'm trying to warn you. It's Benny Johnson. No, Rob, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm going through the beginning because they're playing on Thriller music, and that's copyrighted music. So I don't want to play the copyrighted music. But it's funny. Oh my god. It's the Michael Jackson video. Okay. Now we get the privilege to watch a little of someone that you hate, Rob. Rob can't stand this motherfucker. I don't blame him. I understand. I know the situation. I know. I watch the news all the time. I'm always on the news. I'm always getting information. I'm like, but let's watch this guy because I know you don't like him, but sometimes he has pretty good little stories. All right, here we go.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, President Trump, something that is a constant meme of our president, is what he did to a minion years back. In the first administration, President Trump decided to take a young, inflatable minion and put a full-size candy bar on the minion's head and just left it. And then Melania followed suit and threw a full-size candy bar on the head of the minion. That's a good woman right there. That's a good woman. It makes no sense, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, honey, because I love you. So this was a thing of legend, and it spawned 100,000 memes. And even the little girl got in her bag to create a meme.
She got one of them in her bag.
Based on this, do we not have that, ALX? You gotta get it for me. We have a meme based. It was like a meme based on this famous moment. Oh, I know they'll have it. They'll have it in just a second.
Trump.
It's all right.
I love Trump, man.
He's always redlining.
You gotta say, Rob, that's fucking funny.
But the point is that this was so famous that the White House was memeing it, making it about a sombrero for Hakeem Jeffries. When you got it, yeah, you still got it? No, you don't got it. Oh, amazing! I thought we'd be faster. Come on, boy. Now it's a speed game. Now help me out. Speed game. Let's go. Producers, there it is. There you go. Thank you. Good. So the moment is so legendary that the White House decided to make a meme out of it and troll Democrats.
He did the Monster Mash.
Picture from the White House. Oh my god.
We are in the sacred timeline, ladies and gentlemen.
We are in a crazy
Anyway,
timeline.
the point of all of this is that it's Halloween today, and we just want some good old Halloween fun. So here we go. President Trump with the candy bar thing.
He did it again?
Full-size candy bar on top of the marshmallow.
He did it again.
There we go. So he's done it again.
He did it again.
And while this was certainly the most viral moment, certainly not the most viral costume, the most viral costume goes to McDonald's. Look at this.
Oh my god, McDonald's.
Absolute alpha mom.
Oh.
This is called S-tier parenting right here.
Oh my god. That is awesome.
Well done.
Trump is loving it.
Well done. S-tier parenting. Incredible. How'd she even do that, Klein?
That's
like to build out like a whole.
She's pushing the
lots
strollers.
of time. Build the whole thing.
Oh.
And if you can zoom in, you can see that her
Look,
children are like little McDonald's
little
drive-through
kids.
window employees. It's perfect. It's beautiful.
That's so cool.
Well done.
Order here.
Well done, ladies. Well done. This is round the
Yo,
clock. This
McDonald's
is
is getting
without question
free
the best
advertising.
costume. The president,
Yeah,
President Trump, obviously,
this right here in front of the president. Are you kidding me?
I'm loving it.
Oh my god, McDonald's.
We are proud to report to you, and we were counting, that 0 children. President Trump put his mouth and teeth on 0 children, unassuming, innocent children. This is,
I got that picture too.
A stark relief for all of us, given the fact that we had to witness years of Joe Biden physically shoving baby parts in his mouth.
Ew. Ew.
You know how horrifying that's got to be for a kid? Like, I have little kids.
Ew.
Like, I would never do this to my own kid. How, like, you're shoving the kid's foot into your mouth. Here's Joe Biden.
Ew.
Here's Joe Biden, like, actually, I mean, he's biting the children.
Ew.
What was it? What was this exactly? Was it like an Illuminati ritual? Was it some type of like humiliation ritual? Was it some type of thing for the for the kids? You can see here in the close up that he's physically biting the children.
He's biting
full
the
mouth,
baby.
full teeth. Yeah, this is a Reuters photo.
Oh my god.
Oh, come on, dude.
Oh my god.
There he is. There's more. This was just last Halloween.
Ugh.
You understand? You understand what we've done? Like here by saving this nation? By taking these predators out of the White House? I'll just say it. Like, this is just predator. This is just predator behavior.
Putting their
And this is just one of many,
mouth?
many thousands of examples of Joe Biden doing this to children.
Ew.
Again, it's a sickness. Something very dark inside of Joe Biden. Probably how he, like the rituals and humiliation rituals he had to do to like be able to get famous in the first place and rise up the political ranks. The differences, however, are delightful. President Trump tossing full-size candy bars on the top of costumes, trolling the kids. And then Joe Biden, full mouth, full teeth, full tongue, biting children.
Ew.
I'll repeat something that I've said, and then we'll move on. I'll repeat what I've said, though, before about this, which is the well-being of your children is a you thing as parents. And these parents should be charged with endangerment of their children by bringing them around Joe Biden. That's just a matter of fact. You should just be in charge. You know what's about to happen. You know you're putting your kid in an unsafe situation. So stop doing that. What parent in their right mind would sit there and offer up as a sacrifice to Joe Biden their child? Very, very creepy.
Yeah, it's extremely creepy.
Anyway, that's the scariest thing you'll see this Halloween, no doubt. Have your kids nowhere near Joe Biden. Beautiful to see President Trump bringing some decency back to the White House.
Motherfucker, you gave me anxiety. You're crazy. Fucking kids, now I'm traumatized because I have these images. Let's go to the story.
And what about some of these cultural issues around him? I mean, your paper, I believe, reported that his mother, Zohran Mamdani's own mother, who herself is quite a prominent filmmaker, said that she thinks her son as not an American at all, her words, and that, quote, he thinks of himself as a Ugandan and an Indian. And others have seized on his comments about 9/11 and talking about his aunt, who wasn't actually his aunt, who said she felt uncomfortable taking the train after 9/11 because she wore a hijab. Well, I mean, I'm glad he identified who the real victims of that terror attack was. But how is all this going down?
I think what we're seeing right now in New York City when it comes to that is a shift in the electorate and this shift of the Democrat and the base here, right? So we're talking about somebody who is an immigrant, who his mother said he didn't feel American at that time. This interview was 2013. He came to this country when he was 7. He became a U.S. citizen in 2018. But there's been this shift, and what Andrew Cuomo, the things you're bringing up about the aunt and the things you're bringing up about 9/11, obviously it being in New York City, a lot of these things have been shifting in the sense of those are attacks he was trying to land on them, which would traditionally, in the same thing coming with anti-Semitism, right? So a lot of these things have come up with that. The shift of the base, the big blocks of voters in here are no longer the Jewish vote and the black vote, and more of the Indian and the Chinese vote in New York City. It's just a shifting demographic right now, and I think a lot of these things have been from a lot of attacks and all these kind of political maneuvering that have tried to create some fear, some bad negative press behind him to try to get support to Andrew Cuomo. But as I was saying, none of it has really moved the needle.
Yeah, I mean, that's fascinating what you're saying about the demographics there and the shifting ethnic demographics of political power in New York. Have the Cuomo people, or the Mamdani foes, I guess, to put it another way, have they made a tactical error here in bringing up cultural attacks that would play well with people who wouldn't vote for Mamdani anyway, instead of focusing on, the real negative effects of defunding the police, which Mamdani's had to run away from, having said a million times in the past, from his economics, which the middle and working class would pay the price for, and that sort of campaigning?
Well, I think the problem that they've had with this campaign is, and this is from talking with tons of political experts and people who've run campaigns, is, regardless of what you agree with of his policy from Zohran Mamdani, he has run a very hopeful campaign, right? It's not doom and gloom of New York City. Everything is horrible. It's New York City is great. We want to make it better. And trying to run a negative campaign against that simply just does not resonate with voters, especially somebody like Andrew Cuomo has been dogged about coming in as kind of, coming in from Westchester as a carpetbagger and coming in to try to run the city, because trying to use this as an in to come in come back into political relevance. And I think that's a big thing with this race. And again, you can even see with Democratic voters. He was on a famous podcast this week, and Andrew Schultz is a comedian. He even said, he's like, I'm not a socialist. I don't agree with all of your policies, nearly any of them. However, you're coming in this with some ideas and some hope and not this doom and gloom. And that's why he was supporting him. So I think there's, and again, that's what I was saying against with the polls across the city of his ideals and his policies, is they don't have overwhelming support, but Democrats and in the era that we have with President Trump and the sparring with them, they're looking for somebody who's going to fight for them. And I think that it doesn't even matter a lot of times if they agree with all of the policies or even at all.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Donald Trump there, because this brings me to my next question here. Has Zohran Mamdani, in a weird sort of way, hit on a very New York urban ethnic version of the Trump formula, i.e. positivity and huge social media presence? I mean, are the Democrats starting to crack this code here that's made Trump so successful?
Well, I think that's right. I think looking at the historic perspective of this, right? Like when Trump came into office, he tapped into Twitter and he tapped into a lot of these things that Obama did during his initial campaign, which used Facebook. And now we're on to the next iteration of that, which is Instagram and TikTok and these produced videos. Obviously, him coming from a movie background with his mother and everything like that, obviously his benefit of knowing famous actors and celebrities and such. But yeah, I think that when you look at the group that he's a part of, the Democratic Socialists of America, are very similar in the sense that they are very far left. They're very far left as the president has coalesced a big group of the country in the far right. And I remember in 2016 that, when Bernie Sanders was running, and he's probably one of the better known DSA people next to AOC, when he was running for president against Hillary Clinton. Once that election ended, I remember one of my friends who's a correction officer coming to me and saying, I was a big Bernie supporter, but now I ended up and I'm voting for Trump. And this is like what we call in politics the horseshoe theories. You go so far left or right, you end up kind of as the same kind of person, the same kind of party.
Absolutely fascinating. Craig McCarthy, we're going to be reading your stuff in the NewYorkPost.com all week long coming up to see how this election goes and what happens afterwards. Thank you so much for your time.
That election is going to be wild. Damn, I'm going to have to cover it. That's going to be fucking crazy. If Zohan wins, I'm not going to New York City for the next 4 years. Mark my words. I won't have any business there anyways. So I'll do all my flying either from Bradley or from Boston. Boston's better to fly out anyways. If you're going to go overseas, it's better to fly out of Boston than fucking New York. New York is a fucking hellhole. They have potholes all over the fucking roads. Roads are always so fucked up. It's like going to the airport, it's fucking traffic. And you're like, you gotta get to the airport, and it's like you're stuck in fucking traffic. Like it's like it's so annoying. I can't stand fucking New York. But Boston, it's a lot smoother for sure, and get through pretty quick. I mean, yeah, when I went to New Orleans, I flew out of Boston, and had a nice trip in New Orleans, and went through all that portion. Like I was in Louisiana, then Mississippi. I was staying in Mississippi, and then went to Alabama, and then you just go all the way fucking down and got all the way down to Florida. Went to Pensacola. It was really cool. I had a really good time. It's on video. You go back and find it. You can watch it. The freaking king is getting tired. It's been a good night, but fuck, man. It's just my neck was aching me. It's still windy out there. I know we had warnings for wind. I knew it. I knew it since yesterday. Like I was feeling weird in my neck and stuff, and I was feeling the energy. And that rain was just really relentless. We got over easily probably around 2 inches of rain, about 1.5 to 2 inches of rain. It was wild. It was coming down heavy. I was like, whoa, that's crazy. And all night, and that's all we were hearing. Like I would be hearing the rain. It sounded so refreshing too, because I have like a drain that runs inside through my apartment to the bottom, and then it goes out to, and I hear the water funneling down into that drain. It's so loud, and then you hear like it's like a little waterfall. Like you hear, it's so relaxing. And it's nice when it rains and you can hear that sound and you're in bed. It's just like you sleep even better. But this weekend is supposed to be Armageddon. So be careful if you're going to Walmart, if you're going to any of these. I would stay away from Walmart from the first, second, and third. I wouldn't even go there. You just got to be careful. Not only that, you got to be careful from like inside the store, but even outside in the parking lot, because they're snatching people's purses, they're robbing people. Like it's gonna be like desperate times, desperate measures. That's how these Democrats like brainwash these people, and then not one Democrat has stepped up and denounced it and try to calm the temperature down and tell them, no, don't do that, that's not right. You don't hear nobody saying that from the fucking left. Like, it's crazy. It's just fucking crazy. And they just continue to add on to the temperature, and they start pouring more gas and letting it go. Okay. Train of Truth is here, of course. Thank you, Train of Truth. Pretty loud. I know, can you hear it? I know, I hear the fucking train. Call it the Train of Truth. Alright, well, we have this last video we can watch. It'll be the last video for the night. And this one's coming from Tyson Del Cruz. We had him here last night. It was a really good show. If you haven't watched it, go back and watch. It's pretty cool. We had good times. Good discussions, especially about the snap and all that. I just feel like they should just get everyone to reapply. Get everyone to reapply, and then if you're disabled or you're, senior, oh my God, the Train of Truth. They don't let me talk. It's like, you're right. I know I am. Get them all to reapply, and then that's how you weed out the illegals. You weed them out because they got to reapply, and you're not gonna go in there and be like, "Hola, yo quiero dinero por mi comida. Give me money, please." Next thing you know, $3,000. Like, what the fuck? No, we're not doing that no more. Like, times have changed. Now when you're going to reapply, you know what you're going to get? You might get a visit from ICE. And since you don't want to leave and you want to continue staying here, overstaying, you're overstaying, you're making it worse for yourself. You could have self-deport a long time ago. But it is what it is. And we have to deal with it. There's a lot of illegals in this country. Yeah, some of them are good, right? Wrong. They came in illegally. So nobody, like all these people need to go back. That's what made it a crime. They crossed the border illegally. That's a federal crime. And they'll say that it's not, because it is. Only because your dumb ass senile president, that's like Roomba president, that was not even paying attention to the border, because you don't even know what border you were talking about. You talking about border, he's talking about, like, he looks outside, he's like, oh yeah, the border looks nice out there. Don't do nothing about it. It's okay, it looks nice. And just all these people coming into our country. That's despicable, man. Man, I know the Rangers out there and the military that was out there, the Border Patrol. I know they had one nightmare, like one hell of a nightmare when Joe Biden was fucking president. It was just, and then having the border czar, Kamala Harris, the AKA, I'm Jamaica man, but I'm not going to my country to help them at all, man. I'm not even going to mention it. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me? You are from Jamaica. You could right now. There's the golden opportunity. The golden goose is right in fucking front of you, and you have not made not one attempt to get in contact with Jamaica and to offer them help, give them condolences, try to send them help, be proactive. Nothing like that. Like, if I was her campaign manager, like, first of all, like, you would have to do a good PR. We have to do some good stuff. So the Hurricanes a good opportunity. Girl, you're from Jamaica. Remember, let's change it. Like, remember, man. Remember, you speak like that, man. Do that. And but we're gonna do some good deeds. No, man. All she wants to do is shit on Trump. That's their downfall. They can't understand. Listen, Trump is president. That's it. And everything he's saying, it's like, it's kind of like, "Ugh." That's how it sounds like. It's like, "Ugh." That's all it sounds like to me. It's like, you guys make no fucking sense. All right, let's go ahead and watch Tyson the Cruise.
Residents in Oakland's Upper Diamond neighborhood jolted Wednesday by a pre-dawn raid by FBI agents. It was part of a federal racketeering crackdown of the Oakland Serenos gang.
America, we just witnessed a significant gang takedown in Oakland. Federal agents arrested 9 members of the Oakland Serenos gang in a coordinated pre-dawn raid, charging them with racketeering, conspiracy in connection with 2 murders, 3 attempted murders, and a massive drug and firearm trafficking operation. But here's what's really shocking. This criminal enterprise has been operating in Oakland for years. While residents live in fear, it took federal intervention to finally bring them to justice. What is up, guys? Tyson Dela Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This story perfectly illustrates why we need serious law enforcement to take down these transnational criminal organizations that local authorities can't or won't handle. Let me break down what happened Wednesday morning at 4 a.m. FBI agents working with over 24 law enforcement agencies executed 9 simultaneous search warrants across the Oakland area in a coordinated operation that residents will never forget.
Investigation targeted members of 2 Sereno street gangs in Oakland, and residents were shocked when the FBI showed up here in the Upper Diamond District.
I felt everything, I heard everything, and I heard the big explosions.
Residents in the Upper Diamond District were jolted awake by what sounded like explosions as FBI agents breached locations. This wasn't just a simple arrest. This was a full-scale federal operation targeting a criminal enterprise that has been terrorizing Oakland neighborhoods for years.
Serious felony assaults include beatings with baseball bats, stabbings, pistol whippings. The It was a very well organized crew.
FBI agents raided an Oakland home Wednesday, just one stop in a much larger investigation that stretches back to 2016.
The scale of this operation was massive. FBI agents, Oakland police, even an ambulance was on standby, a coordinated effort that had been in the works for months. Kudos to the police department, because this wasn't a reactive policing job. This was a strategic dismantling of a criminal organization.
FBI agents stormed a home on Coloma Street and Fruitvale Avenue in the Upper Diamond District in Oakland.
Bedroom window is adjacent to the home that's like on the side of the house, and I heard banging, and then I heard the FBI say FBI search warrant really loud.
Think about what this means for the community. Residents who have been living in fear with these gang members finally heard the words
FBI search warrant
at 4 a.m. That's the sound of justice coming a knocking. Criminals who thought they were untouchable. Now let's talk about what these 9 defendants were actually doing. This wasn't just street level crime. This was an organized criminal enterprise with connections to the Mexican mafia prison gang, operating under the larger Sureños organization. The indictment reveals that these criminals were members of 2 specific cliques: SAP, originally San Antonio Park, and SSL 502, Southside Locos, combined with 502, the telephone country code for Guatemala. These weren't just neighborhood gangs. They were part of a sophisticated criminal network with international connections.
The shootings were brazen, sometimes during broad daylight, at crowded parties at night, in parks, on streets, and in homes. We've even had violence associated with this groups that occurred within churches.
2 murders, 3 attempted murders, drug smuggling, gun running. We're talking about criminal enterprise that was destroying Oakland communities while generating massive amounts of profit. And according to the Justice Department, several of these defendants are unlawfully residing in the United States, aka illegal. The Department of Justice made it clear that this operation was part of Operation Take Back America, President Trump's nationwide initiative to eliminate cartels and transnational criminal organizations. This is exactly what federal law enforcement should be doing. Let's talk about the specific violence these criminals committed. The indictment alleges that in 2019, members of this organization committed 2 murders of the men who were perceived to be rivals of Oakland Sureños. But it wasn't just murders, it was a pattern of violence that terrorized entire neighborhoods. The indictment describes more than a half a dozen criminal acts, including 3 attempted murders, 2 with firearms and 1 with a baseball bat, attempted robbery, and extensive narcotics and firearm trafficking.
Hi, do you have anything to say about what happened here this morning?
Throughout the morning, FBI agents collected evidence from this home as well as from 2 cars. This white truck has plates registered to Edwin Cano Merida, one of the suspects arrested.
One of the suspects who's facing charges for his role in a 2021 attempted murder. This level of evidence collected shows the thoroughness of the federal investigation. United States Attorney Craig Missikin said it perfectly. Like people are everywhere, the residents of Oakland deserve a safe and peaceful neighborhood, not one filled with fear and selfless violence. That is exactly right. But it took federal intervention to make it happen because the local authorities couldn't handle it. And of course, we know this is in California. What really gets me about this case is how these criminals were operating with complete impunity in Oakland neighborhoods. Residents were living in fear while these gang members controlled territories, committed murders, and ran drug operations. The connections to the Mexican cartel is exactly what I've been talking about. These aren't just local gangs. They're part of a transnational criminal organizations that are destroying American communities. The SAP clique originally claimed San Antonio Park as their territory. The SSL 502 clique controlled areas around 72nd Avenue before expanding to Arroyo Viejo Park. Think about that. These criminals were claiming public parks as their territory, parks where children should be playing instead of controlled by gang members who were committing murders and trafficking drugs. FBI acting special agents said the alleged criminal activity of these gang members has plagued Oakland neighborhoods and put innocent residents at at risk. Plagued is the key word in that sentence, you guys. These neighborhoods have been under siege by these criminals who thought that they were above the law. What I want to give credit for is the federal response to this criminal enterprise. This investigation involved FBI, Oakland Police Department, and FBI SF East Bay Violent Crimes Task Force with assistance from the Drug Enforcement Administration. The charges reflect the seriousness of these crimes. Each defendant is charged with racketeering conspiracy, which carries a maximum penalty of 20 years in prison and $250,000 in fines. But 6 defendants are facing special sentencing factors that could result in life in prison for their roles in murders and attempted murders. This case was investigated and prosecuted as part of Operation Take Back America, the nationwide initiative that marshals the full resources of the Department of Justice to eliminate cartels and transnational criminal organizations. 6 suspects were arrested on Wednesday morning, 2 were already in custody, and 1 is on the run. The fact that several of these defendants are unlawfully residing in the United States shows you exactly why we need strong immigration enforcement alongside criminal justice efforts. Assistant Chief James Beery of the Oakland Police Department said, "These individuals have caused lasting damages to our communities for years. Their violent actions, including shootings and homicides, have left families in mournings and communities changed forever." America, this Oakland gang bust perfectly illustrates why we need federal law enforcement to take on these transnational criminal organizations. Local authorities in Oakland couldn't or wouldn't deal with these criminals who were committing murders, trafficking drugs, and terrorizing entire neighborhoods. It took a coordinated federal operation involving multiple agencies, months of investigation, and the full resources of Operation Take Back America to finally bring these criminals to justice. 9 members of a criminal enterprise with connections to Mexican cartels operating with impunity in American neighborhoods finally facing serious federal charges. The residents of Oakland's Upper Diamond District who were woken up by FBI raidings at 4 a.m. That is the sound of America taking back our streets from criminal organizations. That is what happens when we have leadership that's serious about dismantling cartels and protecting American communities. These criminals thought that they could claim public parks as their territory, commit murders with impunity, and run drug operations without consequences. They, unfortunately, were wrong. When you operate a criminal enterprise in America, eventually federal law enforcement is going to come a knocking, and they're not going to knock politely. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
There you go. Taking those views. Was only entry for the night. I am tired. I don't know about you guys, but I reached 4 hours, and pretty proud of myself for saving the show. It was pretty slow in the beginning, so sorry for those who watched the beginning. It was pretty good though. I had like a little skit. I had my voice a little deep. Can't do it now. I'll lose my voice. But if you want to rewatch, you can guys rewatch. It's fun. I had a great time. It was a good Halloween. I can say right now, I did not have not one candy today. Yay! You know, it's just I didn't eat a package of candies. They were giving away candies and stuff, but I was like, nah, I'm good. Gotta keep that sugar level number low, you know. Gotta keep that sugar level. I got a fucking doctor's appointment on the 6th, which is on Thursday. So and they're gonna check my levels, you know, check my blood levels and see where my A1C is. And hopefully it's good because I've been pretty good. So we'll see. But listen, it was a good night, great show. I like this double view here of the 2 cameras. Very beautiful. Like do some like Vanna White. I pulled out a card for us. I'm very curious. 3 of Pentacles. Yeah, I feel that energy. It feels like the distractions. Sometimes you have a lot of distractions, and mostly gossip. You got people talking shit. People always talk shit. That's the problem. They don't know how to stay to shut the fuck up. It's like, don't talk bad. If you want bad to come to you, talk bad about someone. It's like, and bad things comes to you because you're just like a boomerang effect. I always tell you, if you do good, good things come to you. Sometimes you don't have a choice. Like fat ass fucking Letitia James, a fucking bitch. But I expect, you know, I'm right, and the universe will understand that she is worse than a roach, and I hope that she gets in trouble, and I'm gonna be following that closely. I hope that she gets fired as AG. I hope Madani he's gonna end up winning, but I hope Trump interferes and says we need to count those votes and we need to see who voted with these votes and see if they're legal or illegals. Bam. And that's how Cuomo comes in and becomes mayor. That'd be crazy. That'd be wild. They will have to audit the elections. They will have to audit New York elections to see how many illegals voted. And they see a majority illegals voted, they gotta null those numbers, and Cuomo will come up and you know do his thing. But you know, I can only hope where there's a timeline with that happening. You can only wish. Well, the invisible king here says, hopefully, I'm in that right timeline, but it's gonna be a little scary, and it fits the night because it's Halloween, and I hope everyone had a great Halloween, and I hope everyone stays safe. And thank you for watching. Truly appreciate it. It's 4 hours. I've been doing this. Time flies by, man. It's like the first hour was kind of dragging. I was like, fuck it. I'm switching it up. I'm going to the news. Get to the news, and I'm so comfortable because I love input. Input. I love it. I love good information, and I'm watching it for the first time with you guys here on the show. So that's also cool too. So everyone, please have a good morning, good afternoon, and a good night. And I'll catch you on the flip side. And I'll be back tomorrow for another beautiful show. Let's see how it goes. Stay safe. Happy Halloween, guys. Peace.